Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM. From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon
Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio.
Spoon in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kiribamba, 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 kiribamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kua, 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 kua. Wese kua, 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 kutileo. Kua, kua, kutileo.
The 29th day of April 2024.
To the spoon to be
And today is Monday. The time here in Liberia is 7 minutes after 8 p.m. It's been a sunny day throughout, and we'd love to welcome you to tonight's edition of Liberia's premier talk show. This is the Spoon Talk, live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, and a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia. And we're also live on Super TV, Fabric TV, Spoon TV, and of course live on YouTube on Spoon Talk. That is our YouTube channel. So if you haven't subscribed yet to our YouTube channel, that is another option for you to watch Spoon Talk from wherever you are watching us from. I see John O'Berry is watching us from Southport, Virginia, USA. I see Lawrence is also watching us tonight. Samuel C. Gate is also following tonight as well. And a host of others watching us all across from Liberia and the rest of the world, like Margaret Morgan watching us from Chattanooga, if I got that right. Charles DeLine is watching us from Ghana. Hope you're doing great. Triple K Kone is watching us from Mumbai, India. Rose Sonkali, hope you're doing great. Walking Eating is watching us from Japan. All right, from the island of Japan. So you can share the program as well. A lot happening in the country, ranging from the National County Sports Meet to what's going on, to vandalization and rioting at the SKD. You know, we kickstart on a rather solemn note. You know, this morning at about 10 a.m. You know, started watching a live podcast where. Coming 1 minute. You know, the body of a female was found, you know, on the street. And all right, I'm looking for the official flyer from the LFA. You know, from the there you have it, from the Liberia Football Association. So Miss Vivian Sandu, who served as equipment manager for the women's under 17 team, was discovered dead this morning. Our condolences to the family, and the police have said they will institute an investigation into what led to her death. There should be an autopsy to tell us what caused her death. But again, another female has been discovered dead in the country, and that alone is not a good thing. So we are following up on these investigations as well. Once again, condolences to the family of Miss Vivian Sandu, and to everybody else who's connected to her one way or the other. Our lives should be protected in this country, and irrespective of whether you're a male or a female, each life is equally important, and law and order is needed as well. So once again, our condolences to her family and everyone else, associated with that family. We pray that whatever the cause was can be, established, and if there is a need for justice, that justice prevails in that matter. All right, so move on from that and go on to other developments happening in the country. From there, we go to the Liberia Telecommunications Authority, the LTA. that has been in the news for so many reasons than one, but for the paramount reason, the issue of who's going to steer the affairs of the LTA. We all do know the story of tenured positions and how the Supreme Court rendered its opinion on last week, Wednesday, where the court then declared President Boykai's appointment or nomination of his BOC at the NIR, the NLA, the GC, and the LTA as illegal, and that the president should withdraw all of his nominations. The president then obliged, for which he, even if he didn't like it, it was the ruling of the Supreme Court, and that's the highest court in the land. The president and his executive mansion released a statement. So, yeah, we welcome this. This is in line with the rule of law and transparency and upholding the rule of law and all of that. The next day, in rather surprising to most, but there we have it, the president then nominated his same BOC, but in this time as acting board of commissioners at the LTA. And also in his communication said there were questionable financial transactions, especially with the whole transaction about the LTA's proposed headquarters opposite the EBK that is currently under construction, a $4.6 million project, out of which $2 million was disbursed for the project, and according to the president's office, there was nothing to show. So this morning we went to the headquarters of the LTA, for which we were there on Friday of last week, where there was some scuffle and all of that, but it was resolved. The place is still under heavy police presence, as we did observe since Friday. And the acting board of commissioners visited the LTA's headquarters for the first time in a rather, swing or twist, because we were anticipating that there would have been some level of resistance, or there would have been, some level of, solemnness in the building as to what was happening. But this was what happened. Here you see the acting chair of the LTA has arrived, and she's being greeted by the workers of the Liberia Telecommunications Authority. We already have two of the acting board of commissioners here in person of Ben Fofana and Madam Angela Cassell-Bush, former transport minister. But now this is the acting chairperson appointed by President Boyka as he makes his way into the building for the first time, and exchanging handshakes, well received by employees of the LTA, and we're sensing that this is another one of the acting commissioners arriving here as chair in the building. Employees are lining all over, and see, this is Patrick Honda. This is Patrick Honda arriving as well. This is Patrick Honda, one of the board of commissioners, arriving as well. So all five completed. And now you do understand to the extent for which politics plays at corporate institutions in Liberia, whether government run or not. This is the Liberia Telecommunications Authority, the LTA, and President Boykai's nominee, Patrick Honda, has arrived. So those were scenes earlier from the Liberia Telecommunication Authority, the LTA, where the acting board of commissioners were triumphantly received, but someone says, remember the story of Jesus at there in Jerusalem. But whatever the case is, they were received, wholeheartedly. They were welcomed. The folks there were professional in welcoming them. They were shown around the building, the various offices. And we also noticed that there at the LTA, so many of the offices on the ground floor and the first floor, they really congested. They congested to the extent that there is this issue of sharing office is normal, But where you have, offices and spaces all in the open and all that kind of stuff, that was something that I really took note of. The LTA, the employees were there, they were happy, they received the acting BOC. They themselves said they were not there to witch hunt. They were there to carry out the president's mandate and to make sure that the place is being run while an investigation is ongoing as well. But then something again struck my attention at the LTA. And this time around, it is this. Up to that security booth, that staircase got broken, according to employees we spoke to years ago. And the security officers on duty have to climb using a ladder. They have to create a makeshift staircase by putting the ladder there, and they will climb on it. That is the main gate to the LTA. The security booth at the back gate, you won't see that one that already in. You even won't see that one. That one, I don't know how they can climb on it. I will share the picture. Because the first 5 staircase, the first 5 stairs, they're not there. So I don't think, or either they can use the ladder to the front. When they finish climbing up, whoever was supposed to be on guard that night or that day will use the ladder to climb. Then the person going to the back security booth will carry the ladder and go and put it there, because I don't know. There isn't the first 4. None at all. And these guys have been sitting on this. They want to talk, but how you will talk, and for the LTA, even if the LTA wasn't so much of a revenue generating arm as it is and a regulatory arm as it is, which is very crucial, but for any workplace to put people's lives at risk, that already look at it thing. Look at this thing. Look. Afternoon to you, ma'am.
Diamond, how you doing? Your shirt is trendy.
Thank you.
I think you could be making a fashion statement. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate the compliment that I'm using.
Yes, actually, to show you guys, we have some beautiful tailors in Liberia that can make you. I assume that you got it from Liberia, right?
Yes.
Yes, that can be made right in Liberia. So anyway, back to some serious conversation. I know what you're talking about. It's so serious to me. I saw that when you guys are broadcasting today. 2 things came to my mind today. The first thing is we tend to attach minimum value, okay, to people's lives, especially if we think that their job is not important as ours. For a generating organization to have the security people suffer to go up the stairs, in fact, if anything happened to those security people, nobody would care. Who would care about their families? Okay, so that this is not uncommon. This is very common where we see that people in higher up positions or people or organizations that are generating a lot of money, they don't respect the lives of those people who they consider that the jobs are less important than theirs. Would they put a executive director job office in that booth where you have to climb those stairs, or he will have to climb those stairs? Like that. So that's one of the first things I thought about. The second thing I thought about is like, gotta be careful our own Liberian people. I saw the people welcoming the incoming, like you said they were Hosanna in the highest, right? Like welcoming like Hosanna in the highest. I saw them, the new incoming boss, how they were welcome. I said, what? Wow. I was wondering, I said, oh, these people, just yesterday, they were crowning him as the king, he or she as the queen or king of the republic of the LTA. Today, that new president, so they're going to the new president now. How look at you?
Yeah, Dr. Richardson. And again, as a part of our work is not just to report, but to observe,
Mm-hmm.
and take down notes, if not on paper, but mentally. What I observed at the LTA today is that there has already been underground work
Mm.
that was being done by this incoming or this acting board of commissioners, especially the acting chairperson. I was able to get some sort of business relationship that existed between he and the person he has replaced in an acting capacity,
You said
Madam
what?
Edwina Krom Zappa.
You said a
You know
business
that
relationship
yes,
between.
that they had business, reportedly had businesses, like she would give him advertisement for the LTA. He runs Tama TV. I don't know if he has resigned, like Patrick Horner, who has resigned from running One Media, which runs Punch FM and Punch TV. you
Mm.
know Abdullah Kamara runs Tama TV. So to have seen the way he and his members of his board of commissioners were received, and then
Exactly.
someone said, "Look, come, let me take you to the side." They had a very good business relationship, that he was getting contracts, but to come up and resurface the way it is, and it seems like Mr. Kamara knows almost everybody at the LTA,
Well, so you've been there
from
before.
directors, and being hugged and being handshakes and all that kind of stuff. It brings to the question, like, where were they put in a cooking pot and closed with the lid on top of it? That now the lid is removed, so everybody is being, letting out steam and showing who they really are. Like, what really has been going on at the LTA? Are they celebrating that? Look, we expect some sort of resuscitation of this institution. We expect that we can be treated better. Even members from the community that we spoke with, talked about the entity being in their community and the road leading to the entity as bad. That when it rains, it's easy to plow that road. So a lot.
Yeah.
But the take home is, you saw how they were welcomed, Dr. Richardson.
Yes, I
You
see
saw
it.
how they were received.
Mhm. Yeah, and so to me, like I said, those two things, Diamond, is like I wonder, like, so yesterday they were healing to me, they were respecting, healing, appreciating the current boss. Today they were triumphantly welcoming another boss. And it just kind of touched me a different way. Like, how does that happen? But now it makes sense to me. Maybe he was a regular visitor to that agency, considering that he and the outgoing boss had a business relationship there. He did, from what you're saying, that he did some work for the organization. But it was just really interesting. It made me think, it really made me think, like, today that time can change. That's it. That's how time can change. I have a good friend, and that person, I always say, time can change. So that's an example of that. And then the second part is, like, I can't believe that anybody would work in such condition. That is a hazardous work condition. Like, you got to climb that ladder, and I saw a nail protruding off the bottom part of it. So if you fall down, you get caught within those nails, you're done. You're done. And then how do they knock that door to get into the door? Because that door is, it's like a little. I mean, I was scared, to tell you the truth. I was scared watching that. And again, like, this is a trend to me. I find that when people hold position, although they are contributing, they are very important positions. Security, and not small position. That's a very, very important position. The security of an organization protects you. Okay. And if you don't hold that person in of high status, then there's something's going on with you. But there's a lot of us in our country who feel like, oh, just that person has security, man, generating all the money, we got to work on that building, that just only our security, that just security. No, that person job is very, very important. Where you will not want to be seated, where the way that you will not want your office to look, you don't expect for the security or anybody down the line, for that matter, office to look like that. If it is important for your office to be kept well and good, it should be important for your insubordinates office to be kept well as well. That's what I have to say. Like if I run a nonprofit organization, I always tell people, if I don't expect my children to attend that nonprofit organization that I run, to sit in those classes, my children, then I don't expect anybody else's children to sit like that. Not because I'm not there, or not because they're not my children. We should respect that. So that's what I wanted to say about that.
Yeah. So, Dr. Richardson, um, the history of chairpersons at the LTA is not so favorable in terms of this whole issue of being suspended. In 2009, President Sirleaf suspended the entire board of commissioners of the LTA, headed by Mr. Bople at that time, for contributing to the budget shortfall that year. That the institution did not generate enough money, their quota, to support the budget, and the entire BOC were suspended and they never returned. They're still serving that suspension. In 2020, President Weah repeated the same trend when he then suspended Arvin Brown, who was the chairperson of the LTA at the time. Suspended him, and he never returned. That the reason for that suspension was administrative reasons, And now we have this trend pending an investigation that has got to do with allegations of financial malpractice, especially with the headquarters of the LTA opposite the EBK barracks, and 2 million disbursed out of that money. And we visited the site covertly. We've seen that foundation, whether it was 4G or 5G, whatever it is, but we've seen that foundation, has been constructed. Whether that can make up for the 2 million that was dispersed, and according to the contract that Boombreaker has got, and I've seen it, the money the first payment was to be made, and after it was made, there should be an assessment of work done before a second payment can be made. And then after that, assessment again before a third payment, before a fourth payment can be made. So what informed the chairperson and the board of commissioners that work was progressing, that they should have, that they made extra disbursements of the funds, but talking about the LTA, even there was no soundboard leading to the LTA. Remember when there was this report of fire incident at the LTA? We lost.
Yes.
We went different place. Yeah, we went totally different place. Before we had to call again and look at, we say, okay, count to Meritama on the right before you there, and the soundboard is lying there in the compound. The soundboard at the top from Congo Town.
Oh,
it stay in the yard, laying on the wall.
Why is that?
To erect that soundboard and say Liberia Telecommunications Authority, for you to know it's not there. And this is a very, very pivotal institution.
Yes, you just gotta pay it in to register to run in our country. Lone Star gotta pay it in. Then all the other fees, telecommunication fees that are, coming into the country, they have, access to that. They have access to that. So it worries them. It worries me. But aren't they supposed to be building their own building? I think I understand. We had a conversation about that on the show before.
Yeah. As I said, that's the building I'm talking about. That's the construction project I'm talking about. So what information we've gathered from this acting board, from sources placed within this acting BOC, Board of Commissioners, is that they might likely between tomorrow and Thursday issue a letter to BMC, the company that is carrying on the construction, to put a hold on the construction for audit to be done of the entire work process. Because we're talking from highly placed sources, so it could happen tomorrow or it could happen from now to Thursday. That they will issue a letter to BMC to put a hold on the construction works there at the proposed site for the LTA's headquarters, and then for them to investigate as to how monies were disbursed, what level of the contract has been completed, what level of the work has been completed so far, because that's the key issue of contention. One of the key issues of contention stated in the president's letter, that there were alleged financial malpractices, especially when it comes to the 4.6 million that was allotted for the headquarters of the LTA, out of which 2 million was disbursed last year. So we're following this. We want to see how the suspended BOC will respond, Again, we're hearing in the backgrounds that they might be going to court, So this whole LTA thing is about today there is another twist, tomorrow there is another twist in the tail. So watching to see how it's going to unfold. But the acting board made their first visit today. We didn't see any of the members from the suspended board, whether they've accepted, uh, somebody said, Diamond, where you and I was standing is where the signboard was lying on the wall. Yes, that's where the signboard was lying, on the wall. And it's there. That I just see how much to post signboard up.
No, but so what does it tell you, Diamond? I mean, you raised some good questions. You know what? Let me shut my window because I have the landscapers out here.
Yes, we lost you for a minute. All right, so we lost Dr. Francine Richardson. So aside from the LTA, I know Dr. Richardson will want to have a
I'm so sorry. I had the landscaper out there mowing the lawn, so it was causing a lot of extra noise. Yeah, it's kind of concerning to me because if you don't take pride and care in the property that you have, for example, the common sign, those things are so important for Liberia right now. If you don't even do that, then and you have the money, then my question, like you're asking, what is stopping the authority of that organization to do that work? And what does it say about the organization that you don't take those little, it seems little but important details into consideration? It's concerning. It's just concerning to me. I mean, it like you said, it's a generating organization. They're bringing a lot of money from Lone Star, Orange, and all of those other telecommunication organizations that give money to the Liberian government. It is so important to the extent that I heard you say that the past LTA boss was dismissed for financial issues relating to the budget.
Suspended. Yes, they were suspended and they're still suspended.
Well, yeah, okay. Many years later, they are still suspended for issues relating to contributing to the budget. So that's how important that organization is. It's very, very important. And we had some questions about the organization as well. Remember when they came here, we're wondering the manner in which they want to go inspect the property. I believe they took people who, to me, had no business being with them to go purchase and inspect the property. How did they select the property that they were going to build on? Those are all questions we had once upon a time when they came here. So, I mean, there's more to discuss with this LTA thing, but I was very disappointed, like you were, about that ladder. That ladder scared me to death, to tell you the truth. But I did see one positive thing that I can say is that whoever welcomed the new LTA boss that lady was very accommodating. She kind of sat down, she spoke calmly. You guys expressed your opinion. This is the boss. She introduced them. So I have to say, when I watched that was very calm and respectful of her in terms of doing her job.
Boomberger.
I mean, what kind of show you're putting? That LTA you're talking about again?
Yeah, LTA. We just want an overview of the day one of the acting.
Oh, they went over there today. They went there. Patrick Hunter, they went there today.
Patrick in last minute of time.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That's okay. But listen, though, I think I'm hearing information just to talk about this LTA thing. There was a bill of information, Diamond, that was filed the Supreme Court. You heard anything concerning that?
I haven't seen the bill of information, but we've got our sources placed that the suspended board of commissioners are intending to go to court, whether that is the action by filing a bill of information to the Supreme Court. And you know that before the Supreme Court does anything, there will be a stay order placed on whatever action that has got people there until that bill of information can be listened to. Both sides can argue their case in front of the Supreme Court and they hand down an opinion. So are we going to see a stop and go scenario?
I'm kind of confused. I don't want to get into your conversation, but while we wait for the rest of the guys, folks, we're having Dr. Yuri Yapaglo. He's our first guest. The second segment would be A.B. Kerman, LDA director. So we're having two segments. It's very big. But I met you talking about LTA. What's going on with that step in the back, that ladder? That's the new way people building steps now.
Are that what you're talking about?
What's that though? What's that? Is that a new invention?
That is not the new invention. You know, they say necessity is the mother of invention. So it's either those
necessity plus invention are right there.
Yeah, it's either those guys were left alone and they needed to go to their guard tower and they took the maintenance ladder and started using it. But that it wouldn't cost you more than $500 United States dollars, or even less than $500 United States dollars to repair that staircase. It wouldn't cost you more than that to repair that staircase. But if a commissioner
is that hold on, man. You probably can go, you can do that here. I let my woman first of all, let me say hi to my woman. Who responsible for that, Damo? Who responsible to pull that? Why ladder is over there? Why?
Because no staircase.
And who's supposed to build the staircase?
Those that are in charge of the running the day-to-day affairs of the LTA.
Is that the main building?
They're responsible. Are they not?
Is that the main building?
That's the guard post number one. You didn't want to see guard post.
No. Guard post is attached to the building or is outside of the main building?
It's within the fence of the main building.
Let's see it again, please. Wow.
I didn't know LTA compound.
But I can go there. I work there. Oh, wow. Wow. So that's one.
That's one.
Is there more?
I'll do a video of number two tomorrow if it's not repaired during the course of the night. And interestingly, I'm not going to say who even highlighted my attention to it. But all I can say is employees said, look at the staircase. And then they escorted me to the back. The back one part, if you're not Chinese monk, or you get no special.
Why you waiting for the monk?
I didn't do a recording of that. The picture is not here. Number two, staircase, guard post number two, the one at Bian. You can stay from on the ground and then you jump up. If you can really jump, then make sure you do Chinese style. You walk in the air before you reach to the last stairs.
Stop it, Thomas. Stop it.
It's horrible.
No, Tommy, it says something to me when the employees are sort of pinching you, telling you in the background, go see all that. I know that that's like an employee that told you or somebody that says something though that they're unhappy, that they want to say something but they didn't have the voice to express themselves. So they were calling your attention to that, Diamond.
But Diamond, that's what Richard saying. Serena Seaforth will be on the show this week. He's coming to speak about his suspension, but now it's in court. The Bill of Information, we can confirm here on Spoon, the Bill of Information was filed today, late in the afternoon. So whether that will be carried on tomorrow, we're going to wait and see. It's concerning, folks. This is Liberia we're talking about. With the Supreme Court, Dama, under the Bill of Information, I need somebody to help me. I need a lawyer to help me. And with the Supreme Court, tell Patrick Honda and Abula and the rest of them, so you go sit down again. And when Zagba, you come back. Then the Papa will come with another spin again. Then they will say, and when Zagba, you go sit down again. Patrick Honda, you come back. I'm confused. I am confused. I am extremely, and I think so many that are very confused like I am. Will the Supreme Court stop Patrick Honda there and bring in a winner Zagba there? Or will the Supreme Court say, well, continue? I don't know the legal term. I'm not a lawyer. Damn, where are we with the whole Tabata?
So let the registration come in, and I will say what I do know will happen in this case.
Yeah. Folks, welcome to Spoon Talk. Share our show. You need to share it. And listen, we are here. We ain't going anywhere. Don't worry about that. You know, Joel wrote a letter today saying that it was written by me. I don't know. A lot of people calling me Damo. Just to talk to the other side. Joel wrote a letter today. Huh?
I will talk today.
Yeah. But Joel wrote a letter. I surprised that President Well will be writing a letter and post it and send it on Facebook. But you know, we'll discuss that later. It's not too important, you know. But Dr. Richard said the Supreme Court and the you know and the executive mansion, right? The Supreme Court and the executive mansion. And a two elephant fight, man. Somebody suffer. So real quick, I see that Dr. You're the acting executive director of EPA's in studio. So make your point.
Mohammed told us, and I had an opportunity to think about this. This is about money. Okay? This is nothing about Liberia. It's not patriotism. It is about money. It's about pay me, or you're not moving from my job where I'm getting my you know, my cash, my money, my payment regularly. So because if this was about Liberia, it would have been resolved a long time ago. Because I would have then gone into some deep reflection to say, what am I doing? It will be like, okay, look at what I'm doing for the country. Okay, I'm gonna move. If I'm doing my job properly, I'm gonna leave. But this is about money. Somebody want to say, give me all my money. I'm entitled to this job. You know, this is my job. This is my power farm. Then the other people saying, no, it's your term is over. The government saying, no, we can bring in more people, a different set of people with different expertise. So until they say, well, this money is not.
Thank you, Dr. Richard. I think we have Dr. Yakpawulo in studio. But real quick, Dama, give a spin on this one real quick.
Yeah, so see you what I've been informed, you know, by somebody listening who's a lawyer, and then others can weigh in on it, is that once a petition is prayed for to the Supreme Court, you know, whatever action that is ongoing will have to stop at that moment, you know, for the court to investigate whether or not there is merit in the petition that has been filed. And after listening to arguments, will come up with their opinion. So the way this bill of information has been filed by the suspended commissioners, I'm sure the basis of that is for the Supreme Court to interpret whether or not the president has got the authority to suspend them.
I understand that. But yeah, my question. My question. So who will be in the house taking care of the children?
Nobody. They'll get caretaker. That's why they get directors and HR and the rest of the
Joseph Barger said my caretaker is Ambula Kamara, Patrick Honda, and team. Then what?
So that's why they filed the bill of information. So until the Supreme Court can say yes, the president has got the authority to suspend and then hire acting, you know, board of commissioners, because the argument from the president's angle is if these people are accused of a malpractice, they cannot be exercising a position of authority where they will have access to evidence, and there is a likelihood those evidence can be tampered with. So you cannot be in a position of authority.
I understand that. I understand that.
I would be a caretaker.
Dama will squeeze you here.
But works in an institution.
Dama, I will squeeze you here. I agree. But my argument here to you, right? The power vest, the man vest, the children suffer. Who will take care of the honor of his children? You're going to bring the grandma to come in? Huh?
This sister and big brother will take care of the children.
Oh, okay. All right. No. The Liberian people want to know.
The children already.
The Liberian people want to know, and we'll go to them. But we got that Yure Yakpawulo in studio. The important thing of today's program, the first segment, it will run up to 9:30 with Dr. Yure Yakpawulo. Yes, the issue. EPA. Please share this program, folks, and invite your brothers and sisters, because we want to know the vision of Dr. Yakpawulo when it comes to EPA. EPA most recent boss, with Councillor Wilson Tappet. We got a lot of story, a lot of information about the Green City. And we're going to upload all of these things. The Green City, Damo, can you upload them? Because it's in the chat room.
Let me put the pictures up. Let me go in the background and do that quickly.
Yes, the Green City, I can let you know that it's worth almost over $10 billion. We have to document. We have some issue that involve Asada Mita, issue with Western Cluster, Putu Mountain, or we talk about the King Jaw, the B Mountain, and all these different areas. What is happening with our country today? We really want to seriously ask Dr. Yakpaglo. Are you selling us to the wolf, or are you helping Liberians that we can have safe drinking water, safe environment when it comes to EPA? What's happening? Most recently under CDC government, the water was bad. Dr. Richardson, the fish then died. What Dr. Yakpaglo prepared to do? Is this Simo? I want to draw your attention to this one today, my fellow Liberian. This is about your environment. Look at East International, the dust when you live in RIA. Before you get on, you're coughing. We need to ask Dr. Yakpaglo this question. What is he bringing to the table? Have you ever asked the waste product of those mining companies, where are they going? Your children getting sick, they're getting crocker, they're getting chicken pie, they're getting everything on the skin. Let's ask Dr. Yakpaglo. What about the green? Dr. Richardson, the something similar to us, we're getting 50 billion for, right? Selling all our land. Green carbon.
The green carbon. Blue carbon.
Blue carbon, green carbon, yellow carbon. Is the government ready to take away our land, our forestry, our area just for money? Thank you for watching from Atlanta, my brother B. Carson, Afonso Woloba, Sumo, Rash, Telma, and Snooty, Cooper, Kevin, Yancey, Banosa, Abua. Thank you guys. Please, again, post your question. We want your question to be part of today's discussion. Okay, Dr. Yuri Yakpaglo. That's the EPA Acting Executive Director name. So Pierre, please don't say that the man name. The man will come, he'll call your own name. Don't let me go there. I don't want no trouble today. His name is Dr. Yuri K. Yakpaglo. I didn't say Yakpaglo who gave you gun, because nobody talking about gun yet. Okay? That's fine.
You're dying to say that
word. That's all you want me to say. He's the Acting Executive Director of EPA. So we want to say welcome. We're going to be bringing in Dr. Yakpaglo to have a very, 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 very fruitful discussion tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome in Dr. Yakpaglo. Dr. Yakpaglo, welcome again. Welcome to Spoon. It's good to have you. I mean, you all stood up. I'm sorry, I'm not a coastal person, but it's good to have you that you're in the Spoon studio, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you, Stanton. You're calling my name. I'm here laughing. Normally, when I go somewhere to say, what's your name? I can say, my name is Yakpaglo, and I can follow by saying, Yakpaglo, who can you gun? And I just make people laugh. But I'm happy to be here, Stanton, Dr. Richardson, of course, my friend here, Diamond, and everyone that will join us later. It's very important to be here and to share with you the vision of the EPA on His Excellency Joseph Boakai, who has confidence in us to be able to allow us to do this on behalf of his government and the Liberian people. So we are here tonight to talk about all things EPA, and we are prepared to be able to respond to questions, answer people who have questions and the rest of it. So I'm happy to be here tonight, and thank you for helping to move our democracy forward as well.
Thanks to you too, that through your collaboration spirit of your political party, Honored Councillor Tewangonglo, you were serving as a vice standard bearer, and you thought it wise to support the rescue train to bring victory to the people of Liberia. We want to say thank you. It was heated, it was crazy, but that's election. That is why it is. We move on. I want to ask you, you know that Richardson, she's here. The rest of the team will be joining us shortly. Dr. Yabaglo, we saw you guys most recently. Let's brush this and put it aside. Can you talk to us about the court issue? What actually your former, I mean, the former executive director, Wilson Tapper, what was he seeking? And the ruling actually went in your favor. Give us an overview for us to brush this up.
Wonderful, thank you. And I want to say it also to Prof. Tapet first. I want to thank him for, of course, leading the EPA prior to us getting there. Government is continuity, and they can say you sit on the old mat to plant a new one. So I was appointed as the acting director for the EPA on the 19th of February. I think the weekend prior to that time, I think the 19th was on the Monday. And I immediately contacted Prof. I sent text message, call him. He called me back and he said, congratulations for your appointment. We planned to meet that weekend, but things began a little bit busy. We did not meet. On Monday, which is the 19th, I first went, I declared my asset at the LACC and then published it. I made a press conference. Then I went for the taking over ceremony, and Prof did not attend, but he sent a very detailed WhatsApp message in terms of account, what I should start with, the various accounts, all kinds of sensitive information, along with the turning over status note. Everything is sent to me via WhatsApp. And we pronounced that during the program. And we started to collaborate. We talked many things, of course, between him and I, text message, phone call. I remember one time he even called me to appreciate me. I mean, with the boys that left in the office, the immediate people he was working with, to appreciate me, everything we're doing. But it came of time, I was very bit surprised that he went to court in terms of asking the Supreme Court to prohibit my work in terms of claiming this tenure. Ship said that he had a tenure. He needed to come back to the EPA or be compensated for remaining 43 months. Well, I said he did not have tenure. And we went through the case from the single judge to the full Supreme Court bench. And then I think last Wednesday, the court ruled in our favor to say that he did not have tenure. It's true. The EPA law is very clear in terms of Section 16 that if for one to have a tenure, you have to go through the National Environmental Policy Council. They recruit and recommend to the president, and the president appoint. In the absence of the formation of the Policy Council, the president can appoint acting executive director, interim executive director. So at the time Prof was appointed, he did not go through that. Even his predecessor didn't go through the Policy Council. So by law, by the act creating the EPA, he was clearly an acting person. And Executive Order 123 calls for non-tenure position who are deemed to resign as of the day of inauguration. So there where really the argument was. But as the judges went through it, and then they realized that yes, the appointment did not go through the law to be able to have tenure relationship. So then that's how we won the case. I want to be very thankful, of course, to His Excellency. The president was very supportive. Each time I met him throughout almost 2-month period, he was always very assertive, very encouraging. Followed by Councillor Lami Kpagoy. Lami used to be one of your finalists in the past. He was a lead lawyer, supported by, of course, Councillor Tianose Gonglo, supported by Anthony Salamantu and also Anthony Kohine, who is the lawyer for the EPA. And along with the Justice Minister, of course, Councillor Tue, along with Adolphus Kanwa, they all help in terms of us making sure that everything, including the president, of course, legal advisor, or Bujuben Kenya, all of them, they help. And then we won the case. But that is above all now. Prof is always Prof in the past, today, and in the future. So it's good to test the legal system. But we are back now at the EPA, and we are there to work on behalf of the Liberian people. So that's the overall overview of what happened.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. Welcome to the show, Dr. Bopler. I want to ask you a question, Dr. Yabagolo. You are celebrating, and folks was celebrating with you. Why were you so happy?
I think there was a little bit of glitch there in the internet. I didn't get the question very clearly. Are you asking what I was very happy?
Yeah,
That makes
we saw you. We saw you celebrating. Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, we saw you celebrating. We saw your group. You had a whole group with you. Why do you think the celebration was necessary?
During the first time or at the
At
end
the
of the
Supreme
case?
Court, yes. At the Supreme Court, and the first and second time, though, you were celebrating.
Oh, you saw the first time. I think the first time the members of the workers at the EPA, they were happy because the first time, the I think the judge said among all the 10 cases, he forwarded to the full bench. Our case, you are going to handle it. So by his saying he was going to handle it, I think supporters felt that it was a little bit of win and decided to celebrate. But at the end, the judge, Justice Kabah, still sent it to the full bench anyway, because at the end of the day, it bordered on the Constitution and the rest of it. But towards the end, they were just very happy that we won the case. I think I spent barely 3 weeks at the EPA prior to this lawsuit, and the workers, they know very well the kind of relationship I started to build. A small thing like, even making sure that barrels are clean the way it's supposed to be, little thing like that, or making sure to put what we call our integrity boxes, where we have one box called grievance box, the other one innovation box, where people can write anything. You don't have to write your name on it. Write anything how you want to improve the EPA. Call that innovation. Anything that hurting you at the EPA, call that a grievance. We're not really interested into your name. Just put it there. And I have a special way of cataloging the information myself. I read them. So that kind of open communication in terms of encouraging the workers and thinking about how, even those that are grossly underpaid, how they will get some sort of pay that commensurate with their work and all of that. So I think the employees, the excitement just went through them, and that's why you see them celebrating and after we won the case.
Dr. Richardson, I come to you. We are uploading. I will set this thing straight up, and I'll share it in our chat room. Dr. Boplet. I'm in the midst again of all these doctors, Dr. Richardson, Dr. Boplet, Dr. Yakpaglo. Man, this thing is tough. But
and you're running the show. Isn't that something? We see what the power is. We see what the power is.
But yeah, we are. We're going to be moving into deep. Now we're done with that code issue. I want to give Dr. Richardson the chance now for us to talk about the real thing on the show tonight. Folks, again, we have Dr. Yuri Yapaglo as our guest from the EPA. It's about you. It's not about me. It's about your safe drinking water. It's about your environment. It's about your children. It's about the dust. It's about your health system. It's about your environment. It's about everything. So join the show, share it, and ask your question, that we can forward your question to Dr. Yapaglo. It's going to be a very interesting show tonight. Dr. Richardson, please.
Dr. Yapawolo, welcome to the show. It's good having you. I like what you just said about that integrity box. That is so important, to have a way of allowing your employees to express themselves anonymously. My question to you is, recently we've been seeing videos around regarding sand mining in the country. That is a big problem. I'd like to know how you intend to address sand mining, in fact, stopping sand mining in the country, or at least regulating sand mining in the country.
Wonderful. And there's a specific one called the zircon, called the black sand. It's a kind of mineral sand used to make high level ceramics and other things. Actually, quite recently, I met with His Excellency. He really know more about black sand. Here I was talking to that he getting to Google what black sand. You see the value of black sand. So when we took over the EPA, we were elected specifically about this sand, the mining that were going on around the country, but particularly in Brove. And so what we did was we sent our team there to investigate a company called Quat that have started mining, honor mining the entire area. And they brought a report, and the report clearly shows that that company was in violation. And so when we had the first major press conference where we closed down some companies and we found some, what were one of those? And so we have all the data. They know how EPA licensing, they will not show lands and mine licensing, and I think we followed the story. I personally picked it up after one of the news outlets had raised it up, and I saw it on social media and became interested in it. Since then, we have followed this case very closely, and that's the reason why it's so pervasive that the cabinet met and the president actually put a moratorium on black sand mining. So right now, nobody is allowed to venture that until the moratorium is lifted. Quite recently, I met up with our president, and we discussed giving me the role to work with stakeholders for us to come up with policy on black sand mining, so that if the moratorium will be lifted, under what conditions? So we're asking the public to be patient with us as to do it. But if anybody has information of people who are still doing black sand mining, just contact the EPA, and we'll make sure that we enforce the moratorium the president had put on black sand mining. That's just one. Then the ordinary sand that people are mining for construction. Before you do these things, you need to be able to comply, because there are certain communities you're not supposed to mine there. All right. By mining the areas, it prove to erosion, but also you're going to destroy properties there, and the whole the ecology of the entire environment there, you're going to disturb it by carrying on mining. So there are just certain areas of mining not supposed to take place, but those are ongoing. But as you know, we just get into the EPA. It will take some effort for us to really get our hands on these things. So we're asking the public to be patient with us. But clearly, those are things we are looking at, and we can say maybe if we come in the studio again the next time after a few months, we'll be able to give some substantial report as to how we're controlling this situation. But it's claiming everybody's attention, including the president of Liberia, and he had instructed us to take it very seriously, and we're going to make sure to do that.
Dr. Yapawolo, I have a sidebar question for you, if the moderator will permit me. Do you have like a security team that go out there to monitor all of those mining areas? Because if you just say we put in a ban, that doesn't mean that there are people who will obey your order out there.
We have environmental inspectors. So environmental inspectors are like environmental police. They are well trained. They carry on, go with ID cards. So when they see a violation, they have a way to report it to the EPA, and then we institute action as to how to stop that. The thing about it is that we don't have many environmental inspectors at this point to be able to. In fact, as we'll go on, you'll realize that on our 100 days deliverables, we have established EPA offices in 4 different counties as I speak to you. Right now, EPA offices in Bapolo, we had never had it before, in Grand Kedmon County, in Monserrate here, that's in Bento, as well as Riverside County. So we have offices there now, and those are really some hotspots that we need to be closer to the people. But to answer your question directly, we do have environmental inspectors, and we're asking the lawmakers to increase our budget a little bit more so that we can get more, but then we can be able to get them the proper training and the logistics that will be able to empower them to report their cases, and we can be able to enforce the environmental laws of Liberia.
So my final question to you is, I see an intersectionality between the environment, the economy, people's health. And you brought up the issue of erosion. I know, like, if you go to the back area of where Hotel Africa used to be, the whole beach area there is all people are losing their property because of erosion. How do you intend to address that?
So yes, and that's the dedicated balance: environment, economy, people, profit, and all of that. That's the dedicated balance, and we are here to ensure that balance. We are to ensure that environment is protected. We ensure that companies that are operating the way that the kind of profit is supposed to make, but the livelihood of the people are also better. And the instrument we do have is the environmental laws of Liberia. So the law is the one that is striking this balance. our responsibility is to be able to enforce the environmental laws of Liberia. And that's why we are doing, that's why we'll continue to do. There's always tension in this relationship, and especially those with the greater influence. And they like to pull that pendulum to their end at the detriment of the other people. And that's why the Environmental Protection Agency was established. And that's what we are here to do. But we'll keep doing, trying our best until we can get to that point wherein everyone feel be comfortable. The tensions will always be there. But how we move that forward in a way that is transparent, is fair, transparent in the way that you can actually see the work of the EPA and know what we're doing to the public, I think is very important, as well as highlighting challenges that we face. Even if we fail, highlighting the failures, very important to the public.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richard Said. We're going to bring in Dr. Bopley.
Thank you, CEO, and welcome to all my colleagues and friends. Dr. Yakbawulu, welcome. I appreciate it. Good to see you. And thank you for your intro comment. I like those ones about, transparency and integrity. It's so very important. So thank you, sir. And welcome to Spoon. I want to ask you my first question. A lot of people think that our government is too large. And a lot of people think there's a lot of duplication in government agencies. So I want you to tell us, Doc, for the Bioga, Mayonowe, and Mapu, explain to us, to the Liberian people, in a nutshell, what is the EPA supposed to be doing, and why is it important to ordinary Liberians?
Yeah, a very beautiful question there. So we just touched on it between Dr. Richardson and I. The Environmental Protection Agency is responsible to ensure that Liberia and Liberians have clean environment. To have a clean environment, it takes a lot of effort. Environment that our generation will enjoy today, but unborn generations will also enjoy. Resources are limited. So sustainable development and everything associated, how do we use it now, and so that we don't disadvantage future generations to come? That's the work of the EPA. So it's that delicate balance Dr. Richards is talking about, environment, people, economy. There's a tension in here that the way you extract the resources, there's a set of ways you're supposed to do it so that the current generation benefit and future generation will benefit as well. And there are certain ways you do it only today will benefit, or certain small group of people will benefit at the detriment of the masses. All right. So the EPA is responsible. What are we talking about? Clean water, to make sure that Liberia has clean water to drink and to use it for other things. To make sure that biodiversity, there are certain species that are only found in Liberia. They're not found in any part of the world. And Liberia is host to one of the 25 or so biodiversity hotspots in the world.
Yes.
And Liberia is having over 40% of the forests that used to be in West Africa. So all these things need to be protected. The EPA is responsible to coordinate all institutions in Liberia, both private and non-profit private institutions, to make sure that we have that balance of clean environment. It is a challenging work to do, but it's doable. And the instrument we do have is the law. So if we enforce the law, we are meeting the aspiration of a clean environment for Liberians.
Thank you. So follow up to that. So you talk about biodiversity and all of that, your own point. But I don't know if Bioga, you understand that and they really care. What they do care about, what I care about, what most Liberians care about, which you intimated, is your agency is responsible for a clean environment. 4 weeks ago, I was on Lynn Street, and the whole street almost was taken with trash. What is the plan? Because trash seems to be one of the biggest obstacles. Unremoved trash, exposed trash in living quarters seem to be one of the biggest obstacles to clean environment. Doc, what is the plan? You don't got to talk about the whole country right now, but let's start with Monrovia.
The plan we have is what we have started doing by reaching off to the city mayor of Monrovia and discuss with him the and also Pinsville the track situations in Liberia and in the city and how we can get that clean and how we can collaborate in terms of any other support they need because the city government of course is responsible for cleanliness of the city, but we are here to support their work, and I think there's some effort being made, but we also want to really speak to Liberians. There's a need for Liberians to take some sort of responsibility in this. It's very difficult for the state government to do it all. But for instance, I at my house there's a small company that will come every week to pick up my trash to carry, and we do pay some money for that, right? So we encouraging people to do that because otherwise the city government, in terms of the money to do this, become very difficult. And sometimes some people have the tendency they only clean their house and then they take the deck and put it in the street. You know, the street is also part of your house because we all have access to the street. So if we take the deck and get put it there, we don't have time for it. It becomes very difficult. But we have reached out to the city mayor, even talking about Center Street in terms of the cemetery there and everything. We actively engage in them so as to support their work, so as to get them more efficient. There are negotiations going on about new disposal dump site, and because the Winton have had some problems, and so those kind of work will continue to support the city government to make sure that we have a clean city. It's clearly a challenging situation, but it's doable because people have done it around the world, and so Liberia cannot be a failure in this area. It is underlining everything, our
Right.
health, our future, everything.
I agree. So thank you. My second question.
Thank you. That should
my-
have done your second question, Dr. Booklet.
huh?
That is your second question.
No, man. Also a spin-off of what Dr. Yakma will say,
So
Gio.
let's stick to the number of questions. I'm going to let you ask
I
one
just,
more.
yeah, but I just
Yeah.
got my second question. I'll go straight to it. Thank you.
Man.
So my second question, Doc, is for your agency, because in leadership, you know, SMART goals are helpful. You set specific goals that are measurable, attainable, and realistic. What are the goals for your agency for the next 12 months? If you have them, could you share them with the public? If you don't have them, do you intend to develop some and share with the public? That way we all can participate in helping you accomplish a goal as you try to help us, the public.
Exactly. They are currently being developed. The EPAs, we met a 5-year strategic plan. And then so the implementation, we're not going too far from that plan. So right now we have our planning team, of course, Kaba is having that. In fact, today we went a little bit through it. So I think next month we'll be coming up with a plan, like you said, for this year, in terms of plan that align with the aspiration of the EP and the Liberian people. So that plan is being developed. I can clearly say that over the next 6 months, as leader of that institution, a lot will focus on the institution itself, cleaning up, making sure that we align the work properly, making sure that people have job to do. They're not sitting around because there's a lot to do in the institution. So the 6 month, a lot of it is focusing on the EPA because you need to get the professionals and situate them in a way that the work will be done. And what are building a modern laboratory facility for our researchers, because when they take sample, they need to rapidly analyze those samples. So the first 6 months, the focus will be on that institutional capacity, especially the EPA, because we want to set them out and get them ready to move on. But the plan before the end of May, our strategic plan for this year will come out.
Okay, so thank you very much. I just want, again, thank you very much, Dr. Yapaguro. But you're talking about the modern lab. While we welcome Uncle Sam and Mame, Uncle Sam, Mame will come to you guys. You're talking about the modern lab. I want us to show this, and let's just get into it for the understanding of our followers. Please correct us, correct me. Is this the design?
Is that the only picture you have?
I have a lot. I have a lot. Is this something like this? Is
Yes,
this
I
a,
have seen this picture.
you have seen them?
Yes, I have seen this picture. They are actually in my WhatsApp right now.
Okay, so let me run through it. And that's the modern lab. Then you can talk to us about location, about money, sources of the generated income, and help us understand everything we need to know about this lab because it is important, folks. And we'll share this on our Spoon pages. If you want it, we will share it. It looked beautiful. Dr. Yagbablo, can you go more into this modern lab?
What you get shows is we have two different plans for a proposed environmental protection agency kind of headquarters, quarter Green City. The one you show right now is coming from a land, I'm told, I have not seen the land, but it's opposite the Kessley Barracks. They say it, I think 4 acres of land is over there, purchased along with the land authority. So that plan is developed by Professor, our honor, the administration of Professor Wilson Tappe. I have seen the plan. I think the plan is costing maybe $4.5 million. That's why I was saying it's pretty much impressive. So the land is there. That's one plan you get sure. Another one you don't have access to, which I just got quite recently, is another one that's supposed to that came prior to this one, closer to the ministerial complex. There's a land very adjacent there. There's another one that was developed during Nathaniel Blackman time. That one I also have access to. The only information I have is what I'm sharing with you. In terms of funding, clearly, I don't have any information about funding. I have started to talk to partners as to how we'll be able to raise some money to be able to start this project. Even if no partner is coming in, EPA can raise some money and start on our own because we believe what our president have always said. For us to rely upon ourselves, we have the resources. Why people can help us, but clearly when we put our house in order, we can start doing our work. If they want to come and help, we appreciate it. If they can't help, we'll still do it by ourselves. But that's the only information I know. I know prior to the lawsuit, Prof. Tappet, I have asked him for that particular plan. He has said, oh, that I left time to meet so that I can give you much more detail. Of course, that meeting didn't take place until we end up in court, so I have not been able to see him. Even today, again, I spoke to the controller, specifically asking, before I came, what sort of information do you have on this particular plan? Was there any funding organized and the rest of it? Controller said, no, I'm not aware of any money coming into the EPA or anywhere. Prof was doing some negotiation. I don't know the detail at which the negotiations stand prior to his departure. And I also spoke to the Mr. Yanebo. Yanebo is here for our multilateral kind of institution called MES. I spoke to him as well. And he also told me, we have been speaking to a lot of people, but not to my knowledge that we have actually organized any money for the project to start. I just want to say, though, our current building, we in from some preliminary assessment, it has been condemned that the building is not correct and we need to move. So we are now looking around so that we can find another building to rent in the short term so that the long term, one of the properties will look for money and be able to develop it. It's quite impressive. And if any legacy is to be left under my administration, I'd like to see a Marlin EPA headquarters.
So Doctor, I beg you, allow me, I beg you, Uncle Sam, we'll come to you. This is very important because folks watching, again, this is what we do here on Spoon. Um, are you still going with the past bid that was approved and granted to Jojo Jones, a Liberian contractor who won that bid from the company Design Group Company? What do you know about the past bid that was granted to him for this Green City?
So actually, the name you call it, you say the name is what, Jojo?
Jojo Jones. He's from the company called Design Group Company.
No, I have not. I have not seen the contract. I haven't seen any bid agreement. I think the person who sent the thing you get showed, the person who sent it to my phone was a past administration manager for the EPA. His name is George Kawa. He the one sent that to me and said, well, this one worked here before. And he sent me that particular picture you get showed. I have everything in my WhatsApp. That's all I know. And up to now, I don't know about any bidding. Of course, I got there. Again, just trying to organize, and it took almost 2 months in the court. The court prohibited my work. I just returned it. So I'm going to make a lot more follow up. But my first time actually hearing that Joe, that you are
Yeah,
hearing.
yeah, Jojo Jones. But
Yeah,
it was in the turnover note, sir.
it's in the turnover notes.
It was in the cluster report. It was in the status report. It was in the turnover note.
It's
That
in the
that was a bid that was set up for this grade. They call it Green City, and it's well furnished. It will have solar panel and everything. But the argument they are making that is dead. And let me ask you this question too. The cost for this is $6.5 million, and the past government are saying they have secured the funding for that, and the funding came by way of grant from the Global Environment Fund. Do you know anything about this?
The GF, I don't know Global Environment Fund. I know some of the work they do. But what they have made funding specifically available for this building? I know nothing about it as I speak to you right now.
Oh, wow.
And I know absolutely nothing about it. And if they have made funding available, I'm willing today and tomorrow to go after that funding. Because as I was speaking to you now, since I got that building, if I won't have one of the first meeting at Farmington, the partners were there. I said EPA need a new home, and we're looking for a way to start it. So if I know where the money is, I go after it with all my might, because we really want that building to come up ASAP. I'm hearing some of these things from you for the first time, sir.
Thank you. I'm not going to waste the rest of the time, but we talked about $10 million grant that was approved by LCD, the Global Environment Fund. And some of that money, actually, the first amount was given under the George Manawea government, and they used some of that money. But we'll go more into it because I have the documents here. So again, it's good that you came on the show. I want Liberians to understand where we are. It's a beautiful design. The person that won the bid, he's a Liberian, Uncle Sam. His name is Jojo Jones. Somebody out there may know him. I have his information.
He's a very good friend of mine.
Correct. Thank you. Let's have a talk there.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
in fact, Jojo is one of the best in the country. A good architect. He comes from a great family, a solid family. He's done a lot of good work for Liberia. And if Jojo's going to do that, it's going to meet international standards. But Dr. Yabawolo, welcome. My first time interacting with you. Strong intellect. I'm very proud of you. I saw your academic history, and I also saw all of the challenges you had growing up and how you managed to achieve such, fit academic fit. So God bless you. Look, I'm a strong proponent of the environment. I study the environment. I love the environment. And I just want to let you know that the position that you're holding is the pivot upon which Liberia can grow, sustainability. Okay. And I mean, the SDG 13, 14, 15, SDG 13, climate action, SDG 14, life below water, SDG 15, life on land, and of course, SDG 6, ensuring universal access to affordable drinking water. But look, we have a serious problem in Liberia. And the most serious problem we have is the urban degradation, especially erosion with the city of Monrovia, especially the city of Monrovia and most of the coastal areas, and also the slumification, okay, where 70% of Liberians live, of the people in Monrovia live in slums. And there are a lot of work that people like a lot of international organizations are trying to do. Your major thing will be funding, right? So have you thought about how you can finance environmental sustainability? There's a lot of money out there, and you have to be creative. Have you thought about some of the creative sources of financing, like something like carbon credits, okay, biodiversity credits, okay, ecotourism. Have you really thought about how do you finance environmental sustainability? That's my first question.
Beautiful questions, Mr. Jackson. I remember very clearly we were young in high school. One of the debates in the BBC studio when you were economic advisor to
Yes.
Taylor.
Thank you very
We enjoyed this and we watched the debate.
Thank you so much.
No, hold on 1 minute. How many years how long back? You say in high school?
Yeah. This is 2003 when he was in high school. Yes.
No, in high school.
Oh, when you were in high school, not him.
When I was in high school.
He was in
Okay,
high school.
okay, thank you.
Look at
Not
stage.
the economics, the youngster.
Yeah.
Yes. But the question is important. We clearly have these plans, carbon credits. We can expand on that. We don't have much time in the studio. I'm a professor in the field myself. I'm an environmental professor, both BSc and master's level. So I know clearly when you say carbon credit and all that, I know the intricacies of it. Right now, the action taken on that is that we're working along with the FDA to be able to advise the president to come up with policy because it's a new market. And so right now we don't have anything substantial by law to be able to rely on except in general terms. So we are now working as a small team to be able to develop the carbon credit framework because that will set the stage. And I think we're to a point wherein we'll soon be advising the president, anybody who venture in the area, please stop through a moratorium until we can get a policy in place. And things like that, you being an economics, if you want to contribute, we'd be happy to share some of this stuff with you as well, so they can look at that with economic eyes and the rest of it, whether it's profitable or not. You are experts in the field. So that's one thing, but it has a lot of potential for Liberia. In terms of funding sources, we have all these international bodies that Liberia is part of. They do provide some funding sources. One of those that we met on the book that we are implementing is the Monrovia Coastal Defense Project. So it's to be able to barricade West Point so that it's not washed away so easily. About $20 million project that is ongoing right now. Another one is $10 million to be able to build a mineralogical center to be able to report in real time what is happening with the climate of Liberia. And that is by the African Development Bank, that is ongoing. But apart from that, we really do have potential to raise revenue locally, apart from international funding. And so that's why bringing the companies into compliance is important, because if they're done, then they get some fine. But certain chemical to bring in the country, they need to pay certain taxes for it as well. And so the EPA has tremendous potential to raise money locally. And I will not agree with you more when you say the EPA is the bedrock of this economy. And the new Liberia that we envision is extremely important. But we're taking in all sort of direction. And I think we are in the right place with the right training to be able to transform these institutions.
Go on mute, Uncle Sam. On mute.
Yeah. So my second question is, I learned when I was in school the other day that the possibility of the entire city of Monrovia being underwater in 100 years, I was really, my whole head swole. Have you seen any research that shows that Monrovia could be underwater completely in about 100 years?
Well, I have not seen that research, but I mean, there's a possibility here because what is happening is global warming. Basically, fossil fuel is burned. So, along with methane gas, they are depleting the ozone layer that is responsible for absorbing some of the ultraviolet light that strike the earth higher. And so, the South Pole and the North Pole, they are block of ice. And as the heat is upon them, they are melting. As they're melting, the volume of the ocean is increasing.
Rising.
Liberia, I mean, Monrovia is.
You smile. That's what I will say.
So yeah, so Monrovia is as a coastal city, with a lot of low-lying areas.
Yes.
So I won't be able to dispute that, but I've not seen the research.
Okay.
But clearly, with what is going with sea level rise, I just explained. Clearly, I will not disagree too hardly, but it's not something that we want to hear because it's very difficult.
It really gave me brain damage when I saw the research. I mean, in fact, I'll be more than happy to pass some of my papers on to you. Some of my papers on sustainable development, and in this public manner, I can assure you that my team at LSE will be reaching out to you to see what they can do to help in terms of the environment. We'll be more than happy to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. I will pass Dr. Yakpawulo number to you. You can have that conversation in the back. We do not let to solicit here on Spoon Talk. So again,
we're not soliciting. We're offering free help to the people. We don't want any money.
We should do that in the back. We should do that in the back. Let us move on, guys. We have a wonderful show.
You want me to get credit? I will get credit. My school will help. The EPA will do it.
So we are moving on, folks. Again, as you may know, we have Dr. Yuri K. Yakpawulo, the acting executive director of EPA. Please share this. This is concerning you. It will be very interesting. We want to question Dr. Yakpawulo on the missing 66 or the questionable $66,000 check. And the issue with concession when you talk about Asada Mittal, when you talk about B Mountain, Kenjor, Putu Mountain, and all the other things. What's the important it is for you? So again, join us. Let's go on to our brother Abdullah Mame. Hold on, Abdullah, we got something going on though. Can we mute? Abdullah, can you mute?
The Marshall area.
You asking me?
Marshall.
Look, yes, something is going on. Somebody playing something.
That might be the studio.
Is that in the studio, Dr. Yakpawulo?
Nope.
Hold on.
We don't have anything playing in the studio here.
You can hear? Because I'm on mute.
No, you are not.
I was hearing something.
It's from you, Conor Gray. Because we hear you. If you unmute, we will not hear you. You have another device on, Conor Gray.
Yes, I do.
Please just go out and come back in, please. Because you're having a bad. All right, we're good. Go ahead, my man.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton, Dr. Yakpawulo. Welcome. I mean, I came on late. Good to be here today. When Doc asked about the importance of EPA, I just wanted to reflect on what is driving our economy. The entire economy is extractive. We're pulling our gold, we're pulling our diamond, we're taking our timber, we're fishing in our waters. Everything agriculture, the entire country is bordered, the growth of the country is bordered on extraction. In such an economy, it is just important that the EPA play a central role, because these resources we're taking in the simple man term is like something we borrow from future generation. They too have to come and see something to benefit from. And only institutions like the EPA can put in place safeguard so that people don't just clear. And that would be my first question to Dr. Yakpawulo. Given this problem, everything is about extraction. You go in Bapolo, you see deep holes. You go in Cape Man, you see underground holes. People are dying because of undermining and they're extracting resources. We can't stop the extraction of resources, but we can do it in a way that when future generations come, they too can see something. What action, specific action, is the EPA taking or planning to take to ensure that we're not just stopping extraction of resources, but we're doing it in a way that the environment is protected and that future generation can come and see something? Because we're talking about going iron ore today because the generation before us left something for us. What are we leaving for other people? What are you doing as an institution to ensure that safeguard?
What an important question, and really a big one, Mame. Thank you. It's a question to EPA. It's a question to all Liberians, especially those who are in a decision-making seat. It's a question for our lawmakers. It's a question for to our colleagues, lands and mines, and just various agencies of government. It's all of us. It's a collective question. EPA specifically, we are to monitor and enforce and advise appropriately. But EPA by itself cannot answer this question holistically. It has to be a national driven. eh, what Liberia wants. Minerals are called non-renewable because when you use them today, they become unavailable forever because it takes billions of years to fall. Okay, that's why in other countries, what are Norway, what are the UAE and other countries, Kuwait and the rest of it, they able to extract it in a way that they make so much money that they actually save some in another country. They ought to extract it in a way that they build infrastructure in a way that is long lasting. So we're taking a goal, it will not be there for tomorrow, but we ought to get hospitals, schools that are long lasting, they're going to be here for the next 100 years. That's how it's done. It's not money that we just collect and eat today. If we do so, we'll not achieve it. But it has to be a national decision. I haven't seen any country, and I read a lot. I haven't seen any country develop without serious national leadership, without people really saying this is the decision we make, how are you going to affect this country in the next 25, 50 years to come. So I can only say much. But with EPA, we tried our best and we encourage everyone, as our president have always said, that we have to face it now and go into the future. So I think the captain of this team, this new government, and I will encourage all of us to pay attention to that bigger picture so that we can be able to use our resources in a way that it will benefit not just us, but the future generations to come.
Thank you. Before we go into the weeds of what Stanton is trying to bring on around the checks, I mean, the status of the entity you took over, I want to ask this question also. Stay around the environment, our people. You see, private businesses, their primary objective is to make profit, which is not bad. They should exist, make profit, expand, employ more people, pay more taxes. Fine, beautiful. But sometimes they do it at the expense of ordinary people's life. Currently, across Liberia, there's just so many water factories. One of the major causes of death in Liberia is the what they call, I think, the under respiratory disease. What would the EPA do? Because the question goes to the people. All these water factory, food processing entities, what can the EPA do to ensure that the water they provide, the water they sell, the food they bring into the country are safe for human consumption? That is my next question. Our people just drinking. They just get thirsty and buy water and drink. What are we doing? They just see food and buy and eat. What are we doing to ensure that these food consumption safe for ordinary people to eat?
For the EPA, our team is led by Raphael. He's a young scientist, very promising guy who had not conducted a lot of studies in Liberia on these things, but goes around in Africa actually teaching other countries. So we do have capacity at the EPA. What we're doing is that going to take our instrument and test water companies to make sure that they don't have bacteria, they don't have infections in the water. So basically testing water over and over, making sure that they are in compliance before we issue them environmental permit that allow them to operate. So I think that's what we're doing. That's what we'll continue to do. When it comes to the food part of it, that's something we got to look at. We haven't been too big into the food. The Commerce Ministry and the Ministry of Health and other things, they do some of that stuff as well. But specifically, we've been involved with the water system. We'll continue to be involved with it. And the best thing also is what our friends is doing at Water and Sewer to make sure that we have a national water system, so that even people who want to drink mineral water will be like an option. I actually have clean city water provided by the city. I don't want it, but I want another water so I can go buy it, right? But right now, in more instances, that option is not available. The only one is the plastic water, and which is not the way to go looking at plastic pollution and the rest of it. But that's what we have now. So what we are doing at EPA is to constantly test the waters to make sure that they are clean for drinking. If they are not clean for drinking, we'll not issue a permit and we'll close it down.
Thank you. Ava, you are muted.
Welcome to the show, Dr. Yaklawo. How are you?
I'm okay, sir.
Wonderful. I mean, I know you are new to the agency, and a lot of things have been going on. I have been concerned in general with the sand mining, the holes in our in our land from previous mining operations and everything. And I've been looking at the EPA Act, as well as the ESIA process, the environmental impact assessment process. What are the standards? I mean, maybe new and not be ready for this, but what are the standards that are set for these different kinds of exploratory and mining activities that's according to Section 9 and Section 10 of the law? There's a commitment or responsibility there for these people who are coming to explore or extract to do certain things. Where do we stand on those things in terms of standards, clear standards, and enforcement?
So yes, so I think the environmental impact and something we call environmental impact and social impact assessment, ESIA or EIA. Basically, if you're going to extract resources, we want to study and see the impact on the environment and the impact on the people that inhabit that land. What the impact of this development is on the landscape and on the people who live there. And this impact, what strategy do you have to address the negative impact? I think that's why the EIA or ESIA is all about. It's a prerequisite. So we are new, but the work has been done in that area and we'll continue to do it. So before you do anything, that's the first step to do that ESIA study. And based upon the recommendation, we can then hold you accountable to say you're going to do X, Y, Z, and why you're not doing it. Quite recently, we met up with the management team of ArcelorMittal, and then they have transported waste sewage from Buchanan to Yokipa in their other plan, and the community people intercepted that. And then we asked them, why are you doing it? Why are you going to take sewage from all the way Buchanan up there? Why can't you get a sewage plan? They have a plan, according to them, to be able to get a mooring facility into Buchanan that will be able to process the sewage there. And how soon? They say very soon. I said, no. Very soon is undefined. Let us know in clear terms, timeline, so that when we communicate with Excellency, the President of Liberia, and the Liberian people in general, we are very transparent with timeline. They said they were going to come back to me, which is the end of the month, which we are getting to now, with our plan. So again, it's about studying the impact and the mitigation strategy, so as for us to hold you accountable if you're not going by that. So that's why it's been going on. But on our watch, we can assure you we'll be much more robust in the way that we'll do it, and we'll communicate with the public.
Okay. My second question has to do with a strategic plan. Is there a leftover strategic plan from the previous administration, or do you expect to commission, the creation or development of a strategic plan and be able to actually, apply it? Because this is a critical area, and like Mame said, we are an extractive country. Basically, we don't do, a lot of value addition here in Liberia. And so how do you expect to shift that paradigm? Because the EPA can be revenue generating, right? If you have a strategic plan that focus on certain things and able to do that, it can be very impactful in terms of saving the environment at the same time and generating revenue. So where is that direction, that trajectory for you?
So yes, we made a strategic plan on the that runs up to I think 2026 or 2027. So even our plan that we're developing for this year is based on a strategic plan, and it's a living plan, right? We can always modify it based on prevailing circumstances, and not like casting stone stuff like that. And in terms of what we can do in terms of value addition, um, we are a regulatory institution. In more instances, we don't do it directly. So, take for instance, when we come to the forestry sector, the FDA is responsible. Our role is to provide them guidance. Our role is to be able to collaborate and coordinate with them in the way that it will be done. Take for instance, Mr. Rudolph Merritt, who is now the FDA director. We've been having a lot of conversation in the forestry sector. How can we add value to our for instance, Kimber? So I think he has some plan that the day he appear on the show, he'll be able to say himself. But he has some plan as to you open it up for logging, and as amount of time you will do this, and this time you'll do it, and this time you're not going to export log anymore. We'll be able to finish all the molding furnitures in Liberia. So those kind of collaboration, that's what we're doing, at least in the forestry sector, and we'll be doing similar thing in the mining sector. Things that are border on the environment, but that could also be much more profitable to the country. So in more instances, we are partner and give supporting to the line institution that is responsible over that resource directly. And we provide that kind of support, and then also make sure that environmental laws are enforced in terms of regulation.
Thank you very much. Before we get to Conor Gray, you spoke about ArcelorMittal. Did your investigation take you way back as to how long they've been doing transporting waste and what's the penalty involved?
This one is just really the local people, their leadership. There's a local advocacy group there. They contacted me and told me, in fact, they contacted the police to be able to impound the truck at one of the police stations, and they said ArcelorMittal is going to taking waste from Buchanan to go and dump it in their swamp. That's the information they gave me. At the time, I just contact the DED. I'm on a Supreme Court prohibition. I can't really do much about this situation because I'm banned from functioning at the EPA. However, right after we won the case, that's when we met with ArcelorMittal and we asked them, and they explained to local communities that the sewage were never going to be dumped in the swamp, but they rehabilitated the old sewage plant there in Yekepa. That's when they were carrying that sewage to. And we told them the distance from that place is too far. We don't want continuation of that. Part of it is that we first advise, we encourage you to come to compliance, right? And we're not there to, any little thing like fun. We want you to comply. And so as first instant like that, that's why we are told them that is too far to do that. Because before you do that, there's a methane buildup in that truck. And especially when the sun is shining on the sewage truck, it generating a lot of methane in there because of the sewage. And the distance is too far. That's why now we pressing them to make sure to get processing facility in Buchanan. So if they don't comply, then we'll raise it up to the next stage where we go into what a fine as we find in the law. But first, we advise, provide technical advice, and the rest of it. If you are not coming to compliance, then we step it up.
Thank you, Dr. Yakpawulo. Conor Gray.
Dr. Yakpawulo, along with this collaboration and coordination, seemingly we will be running into this issue where there's interwoven of agency, multi-agency doing probably one and the same job. I'm concerned, Morovia especially, probably the sewage system there that were created to handle waste probably are obsolete, they outlive their usefulness or usefulness. And also, we see proliferation of pit latrine, where people are digging holes to accommodate waste, human waste. I feel those are all archaic and long lived. My question to you: at what time will we expand or improve on that system of waste management to even include, um, a plant that will recycle? You talk about Wem County. I mean, Wem the Wem site is overwhelmed. So really, what are we doing with waste? We're just doing landfill, which is also a hazard to the environment. At what point are we going to shift into some modern amenities, including the construction of a good management, waste management site?
Yes, I hope we can get there very quickly as soon as possible. But clearly, like you said, we have to work with other institutions, water, sewer, the Monrovia City Cooperation, public work, to make sure that these things are in place. You know, there has to be a way that we have the public infrastructure. If we leave these things with citizens to do it by themselves, it's really tough on them. It's really, really hard. And that's why you see proliferations of, like you said, pit latrine and the rest of it. There has to be a national nail on the head, because these are public infrastructure that's supposed to be created for the good of the public. So the sewage system in Monrovia is bad. What can we do about it? So I think it will take a little bit of time, given the resource constraint, and we have to work with sector ministries. Ourselves, again, we can't go like to say we're going to do sewage system in Monrovia. Water and sewer and the rest of the people who had direct responsibility are that. But we can alert them and say this is presenting environmental hazards and what you can do about it. So we'll continue to play that kind of supporting role. But clearly, I get your point. It's a serious problem. But there are also new way of doing it that have come into play. And part of our responsibilities is to be able to educate communities as to how to do it much more cost effectively and that is much more environmentally friendly.
Now, my second question is along the line of that EIA or ESIA. We see a proliferation of Chinese agencies or company really rock mining. They're doing, blasting of rocks that have, impact on structure along those lines. Anybody with any structure along the Rubberfield Highway or wherever it is in those environments where these people are blasting rocks, in industrialized countries or in countries where these things are practiced, there are designated areas for that. But it seems as though the Chinese are indiscriminately just blasting rocks, and if you have your property there, uh, the impact is untold. So my question to you, in terms of how to regulate those kinds of processes, I know you've answered question related to that, but your strategic plan will also include some of those kinds of consideration, correct?
Exactly. We will have them incorporated in our plan. The good news is that we have the support of the President of the Republic of Liberia, who cares deeply about the environment. Each time we speak, we spoke just 2 or 3 days ago, and we're talking about this. He is committed to it. And with that type of commitment, then we will make some airways. Because why is it that we having relationship with China? They've been very helpful to us, and we've been helpful to them as well. But their nationalities, they have to take some responsibilities in the way that they behave, and I think it's extremely important. And we're elevating it to that level where it's supposed to be discussed. So nationalities coming to Liberia, they can conform to our environmental laws, and they don't just come and behave in a kind of way. We cannot behave like that in their country, and so it's very serious. We can't discuss all the detail here on the Spoon Network, but we elevated some of the conversation to the point sufficiently where it's supposed to be, so that they can be told to behave properly. But in the meantime, in our plan and the rest of it, and how to bring them into compliance, we'll do our best to do that.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. Let me bring in Dr. Dr. Richardson. Folks, if you have your question, post your question. We're going to have another 45 minutes before we even open the line to Dr. Ure now. But we are talking about EPA. So please, if you do have your question, post your question. Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, Dr. Yabaola, I'm very impressed with your explanation today, especially about global warming and about the sea level rising in Monrovia. I wanted to ask you about funding for the agency. You mentioned that you guys could probably raise your own funding for the agency, and I'm all for that. I think many agencies in Monrovia can raise the funding and have like a habitable headquarters, like a building that you're supposed to work out of. Can you tell me how you intend to raise funds?
Yes, basically, so we raise funds through permitting. So before a water company, before you are granted to operate, you apply for permit. When we conduct environmental impact assessment for companies, there are fee you pay, both to facilitate that process of us evaluating your work, but some of that money come to EPA as well. There are international funding, like the Global Climate Facility. They are available for each country to tap into, but you have to develop a proposal as to what you're going to do with this money when you get it, and it will be verified. And we have qualified people to go after some of that money as well. We do have the national budget, of course. We have the ability to be able to contribute towards the national budget. So the next year, we hope that we'll be able to contribute much more. I think this year we're contributing like $200,000 to the national budget, but subsequently we hope to increase our support to the national budget. So today our capital speaking to some lawmakers as to help us so as to give a little bit of increment, because the EPA really need a legal department. We'll be enforcing, and we can't enforce with our lawyers. And as we enforce, we expect lawsuit to come after the EPA as well. So we need a team of lawyers to be able to focus on that. We need to make sure to get enough logistics for our environmental inspectors, the environmental police, the foot soldiers in the field that will raise this issue and finding people. So locally, we can be able to raise money like that. And if companies bring certain things in the country, there are some sort of environmental cleanup kind of fee they're supposed to pay. And so that all, but we had a little bit of cleaning out to do in the EPA to make sure that those are all streamlined. So all the money, we get it in properly the way it's supposed to, because there's still a little bit of, how these things are done. When your hand is not on it, you don't have a system that can be monitored, it could be abused. So, but with doing the cleaning up, when we get everything, we clearly have the ability to raise funds.
Yeah. So my second question, you have a comment and I'll go into the question. You mentioned having your hand on things so you can be acclimated to what is happening within the EPA. I'm concerned about that $10 million that the Global Environmental Fund that you said, I think you know nothing about, or you don't know much about it. I really hope that when you come back next time, or you could send us some documentation saying that you look into it, because that's a lot of money to just be hanging in the air. Okay, that could be helpful to you and to Liberia. Number two, I also heard you speak about the designer of the company. I'm hearing news that this designer is related in some ways to our president, and I hope that you put some safeguard in place that relates to nepotism. I hope I know that if you qualify for the job, you can do the job. But I hope that, because it's not just EPA, we're hearing that a lot of other organizations and ministries are hiring family members. So I hope that you put a safeguard in to prevent this kind of cronyism. And
Stephen, can I give Dr. Richardson a point of correction, please? I beg you.
Yeah,
tell me. Would you accept? Are you talking about Jojo Jones and his relationship with the president?
Yes.
Okay. His brother's daughter is married to Jojo, but this contract, as you know, was given not in this administration, in the previous administration. So that's
It
not.
doesn't matter to me. Nepotism is nepotism.
No,
You
no,
know.
no. I'm not. No, no, no. I'm just saying the contract is not from this current administration. It's from the
Thank
last
you.
administration.
Thank you.
So this is not boycott giving this contract. I just want for you to know that. Okay.
Thank you. To me, nepotism and nepotism, cronyism is cronyism. It impacts the work of.
But I just wanted you to be aware that this is a contract from the past. It's not from this government. So it
All right,
cannot.
thank you, Uncle
I
Sam.
don't care where it comes from. I don't care where it comes from.
Sam.
It's going to impact the job.
Uncle Sam, let you go ahead. Uncle Sam, you already make your point.
It doesn't matter. I'm just making a general
Uncle Sam,
statement.
you
If
already
it
make
came from
your
the
point.
past government, it came from this government. This is not.
We
It's
do have a
function.
guest. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Sorry. Yes. Thank you for the correction. And then my last comment to you was about medical waste, and we kind of in passing had the discussion before. But I want you to tell the Liberian people there's a lot of little clinics that are out there. You know, they're doing blood drawing and having delivering babies and stuff. There's a lot of medical waste that's involved, and that can be a potential danger to our environment. What plans do you have to make sure that people are disposing medical waste appropriately?
Wonderful. So, on the first part of nepotism, I think that's in terms of good governance. When you go into that territory, you honor my administration. And we're talking about integrity in government. We're talking about employment based on merit system. And so we'll try our best at the EPA to ensure that is done. And even you go to my office staff today, as each of them there, I don't even think you don't have anybody there with blood relationship with me, my personal staff. They are all there based on their qualification and what we had done before even I talk about outside my range. Okay, so we'll continue to do our best in the ways that we keep merit system within the EPA, because it's very, very important. But then also on the medical waste, so each of those health facilities supposed to have incineration site in terms of dealing with different kinds of medical waste. In fact, they are actually categorized into what are radioactive waste and non-radioactive waste. So there's a whole set you have to deal with. I'll come back to this next time so I can look into this, because I have not, at this point, I have not looked deep into it in terms of what the EPA has been doing. But next time I will tell you what we'll be doing, especially work with our team, our small team of qualified people. We'll look into it. Yes.
So let me ask you a question. We'll go to Dr. Brooklyn. Why are you acting executive director? Why?
Excellent. So it's by the law. So the Environmental Protection Agency law called for the establishment of the National Environmental Policy Council, a very big group of people. Almost all ministers are included, civil society, religious group, FLA, LINSU, big group of people called the National Environmental Policy Council. I think the framers of the law back then, because they knew that environmental issue cut across all sectors. So they wanted to make sure that they have a lot of stakeholders involved. That policy council is supposed to meet once a year or as the need arises. They recruit the executive director of the EPA. They actually recruit and submit 3 names to the president, and the president will appoint 1. If that happens, then that person has a tenure for up to 7 years. That person not acting. In the absence of the formation or recommendation from the policy council, the president can appoint interim executive director, interim or acting executive director. So the president, in his wisdom, President Joseph Boakai, in his wisdom, and being law-abiding president, at the time he appointed me, the policy council had not been constituted. So he followed the law, the wording of the law, and appointed me as acting executive director. And I have in my mouth everywhere. Say I'm acting, so I better behave properly. Because anytime, I step on, and I think I will step on the president too. But he's following the law, right? He's still following the law. So the policy council, he has constituted that now, all right, with Honorable Amin Moda being the chairman for the policy council. So they will be meeting to go through the entire process. I'm preparing my application to submit to them as well. So I hope that they will be able to advance my name to the president, so the president can appoint me a proper director for the EPA.
And based on that, Councilor Wilson Tapper couldn't prove his tenure position case, I believe, correct?
Exactly. That's the one that actually, yes, that was it. He was not. He didn't go through the policy council, and so that's a ruling of the Supreme Court to say that you could not show any documentation evidence. You didn't mention in your petition that you were ever appointed through the policy council or the process. So by virtue of that, you are acting according to the law. And the Executive Order 123 that call for all non-tenure positions to be abolished or deemed to have resigned, that applied to you, Mr. Tapper. That was.
Thank you. So I will be like that to Bobler that I have a follow up, and then he will go to a second question. So let me get into the mind of Dr. Bobler today. My follow on this, Dr. Yapaguro. Your political party, you ran as vice standard bearer to consider Taiwan, say Gonglo. Here we are. Are your party still part of the rescue train? Are you guys still part of the alliance? Or it is over?
Well, I hope the party chairman will be in the right mind to be able to answer that. But as somebody who ran on this ticket, I had never been part of any political party. The party I finally joined through the recommendation of Councilor Gonglo, who called me to be his running mate, and I'm very, very appreciative, very, very grateful to him. We speak every day, maybe 2 or 3 times a day. So we're very close. So the party chairman would be the right person to be able to answer this question. But what I do know is that when we endorse the Unity Party, I will give a set of recommendation that we are endorsing, not based on job or anything like that. It's based on our principles, that our principles align. And we think that His Excellency President Boakai will do better in terms of the vision of the LPP. And so I think in my mind, that's why, maybe that's one of the reasons why even I'm on board in terms of all helping to get it better. And that's all I can say for now. In terms of, the intricacy of the party network, the party officials would be in a better position to address that than me.
Indeed, but you're a wise man. You serve well. Do you believe your party, the collaboration, is still in line with the message for the people of Liberia?
The message of transparency, the message of fighting corruption, the message of lifting Liberia out of poverty is the same message as the Excellency Joseph Boakai, and who had told us over and over. And so I don't see much of different at this point. But again, the party chairman will be in the right position to take a party position. Remember now, right now, as executive director of the EPA, I take direct order from the president. Right? He is leading the effort now. So we work out that way. And when it comes to party and party interactions, we leave it with the party leaders to be able to address it.
You brought number 2. The key message from your party is to sweep away corruption, sweep away poverty, and we follow you and the poor man lawyer, Councilor Tewanse Konglo. Is this government, within the 100 days with 2 or 3 days to go, do you believe this government is sweeping away corruption?
Well, we can see the examples His Excellency has set. What are declaring assets? That's what are even taking an example by drug tests to make sure public officials are not, involved into drugs. We can see the various integrity institutions that have been set up or supported. We can see the various audits that have been requested for the GSC. One can look at all that and see and conclude that the fight against corruption or the establishment of the War Crime Court or the Economic Crimes Court as well. When you look at all these in totality, one can suggest that there are some move towards the end.
My last question, sir. Please forgive me, guys, because we got tons of questions here. Let me put up this check, and I want you to help Liberians understand. This check is circulating. Check in the amount of 66,911 United States dollars, sir. Before I ask my last question on this, can you please explain this check to us today? What do you know about this check?
I can explain what I do know about this check. I don't think I can explain the full story about the check because I don't have the full story. But I can explain what I do know up to this moment. So there's a gentleman that contacted me earlier on, I think 2 or 3 days after I took over the EPA. So we have a check over there, about I said, how much? About 60 some more thousand check. We want you to please, all you need to do is to write a letter to Minister of Finance authorizing that money to be released. It's in the budget already, it be approved. I said 66,000. Then I say, hold on. I said, you cannot speak to them. I just taken over. What I want you to do is come and see the controller, like my financial people, the administrator. Let them come and talk to me. I don't know you. I just taken over the EPA, talking about some more $1,000 check. Come to the EPA, go to the controller. They will come and advise me appropriately because I don't know you. But the fellow did not do that. The following day he called again. The third time he called, I took interest in the check, and because prior to that time, I actually asked the controller, and controller said there's a check here. I said, what the information about this check? He said, the check is not safe. I said, what the information about this check? She said, this check, I can't really say, I don't know much about this check, actually. I can't explain any details about it. So the gentleman explained to me on the phone that the check is part of a bigger money. So what do you mean? You see, during COVID-19, we rent a car and the bill was $1 million. But we did, the government talked to us and we came down to $380,000. And there were further negotiation. The government been paying this money. This is part of it. I said, EPA, how can EPA be involved into car rental? I said, I don't understand this. I mean, car rental of that amount? I said, you know why? Come to my office. Come in person. He said, oh, I'm in Sierra Leone, another time, I'm in Ghana, and the rest of it. I said, you know why? This check, I'm not going to act on this check until you come to my office. $66,000 check is a big money that you don't expect me to authorize it without seeing you. Come in my office. I have to see you personally. Oh, I will send my office assistant. He sent some boys, the kinder. I said, no. So that's why I knew about that check. The check is questionable, and I have claimed the department of our internal auditors on that check and said, please follow up with this check and give me information on this particular check. Because this fellow is saying that he's talking about car rental here, during COVID-19 time. I don't know what happened. He never shows up. In fact, again today, he called me again today. He called me. He goes call everybody. He even at some point reached up to Councilor Gonglo. My check is over there. He doesn't want to clear it. He's just talking to everybody, I said, you know why? Let the gentleman come. Let me see him in person. If I see him in person, then I'll be able to ask you explain to me better before we take any other action. So that's all I know about that check. That check is very questionable. That's all I can say. I don't have any other information beyond it.
You are stressing the need, and guys, I hope we can talk about this check because now it's opened a lot of Pandora box. I know you're just taking over, but you are very strong and very particular about this one check. I have information that this check was part of the $1.9 million rental car issue that you spoke about, but some other money were paid before. Similar checks were issued before from the past government. Do you know that they paid this gentleman whose name is Kimber? I'm trying to call him right now. His name is Kimber from the United Group. That's the rental company.
Augustine Kimber is his name.
Yes, Augustine Kimber. So do you know that if they ever made payment to him before in the same amount?
Augustine did send me some payment that was done in the past as a proof to convince me that the money was legitimate, that some money was being paid in the past. Well, that was in the past. But if I'm going to authorize any payment, I have to be very clear. So I'm not past government, and I mean that authorized the payment in the past. So I'm not going to authorize it simply because we were doing in the past. I'm a different person. So for me, I need clarity. I mean, 66,000 is a lot of money. You don't just go and clear it like that. So yes, he even sent me some documentation of some money that were paid in the past. He did.
Is this it? Is this some of the documentation that this money was paid? It was addressed to Samuel D. Tua. It's in the chat room, guys. I put all this information. It's not there.
That's there.
Jenny, what you say is there?
Well, Spoon, we should
Yeah,
be
it's there. I think I saw it earlier. It should be
Yeah.
there.
National Security Agency might be contacting you something. You seem to get a lot of information, buddy.
Yeah, because when we bring in our guests up, sir, we try to research, and I try calling even Jojo Jones, and I try calling Kimber. Kimber is in Ghana. It's kind of too hard to get him, but I'm really concerned. Is this some of the information you think you can explain this letter to us that he was authorized to receive?
Yeah, it's very related to one of the letters that Kimber sent me before. With his request, the wording are quite identical. Because it's now before me, it's difficult to compare. But it looked like it. It looked like some of the information he sent to me as a back end to say that this money we're asking you to request the payment is legitimate because it's part of a bigger money that have been. So yeah, I can say it's very close to that.
Yeah, I will come back. I don't want to ask other question. Let me bring in Dr. Beauclair, Uncle Sam, Alcivar to Connor Gray, and Glenn, welcome to the show. This thing, thank you for coming back, Mambe. This is very concerning. This amount we are talking about, folks, is around Dr. Beauclair, $1.9 million. They've been paying him little here, little there, and the last money is 66,000. Talk to us, Dr. Beauclair.
Thank you, CEO. I just want to host the show for one day, so I got to ask all the questions whenever I want. So, Dr. Yakpo, thank you for sharing with the public. Very informative, and I appreciate it. I have two quick questions. The first one, you have mentioned earlier that there is a project ongoing, I believe, for erosion prevention in West Point to the tune of 10 million. Can you clarify that? Is that 10 million? Am I recalling
yes,
that correctly?
so, that project is about 20 million, so around
About
20
million.
Yeah, it's called the Monrovia Coastal Defense Project, MMCRP project. Started some 2 years ago. That project is funded by almost 17 million. Is funded by one of the international environmental financier. Part of it is financed by UNDP, and part of it is financed by the Liberian government. The project is to be able to build a coastal revetment to be able to prevent the erosion or for West Point, but do also other restoration of wetland and build like a resource center and other things. So that is ongoing. That project is at a standstill because Liberia contribution, monetary contribution to that project, about $2.5 million. But what the project did was put a lot of Liberian contribution upfront in terms of some of the research work. And since the project started, I think Liberia has contributed maybe I think 500,000. So the financier had pressure Liberia say you need to spend about almost $1 million now for the project to move, because if you cannot pay yours, we won't pay ours, and won't be able to give. So that's the status of the project. But as I speak to you, I think it has been sufficiently raised with the finance minister and all the stakeholders. So the government is doing a lot of effort at this point, because the debt we incur on the project, again, some of the things that the government inherited, right? Some of the money that's supposed to be paid past government, they weren't paying. So it's ongoing, but I think we are at the point where we'll be able to move that project forward in terms of, that's one of the reasons why up on Capitol Hill, talking to folks there to say that this is important. And, we cannot let this project die down, because if it happens And then disaster at West Point, I don't think any of us would be able to sleep. So I think it's very, very important, but it has been sufficiently raised within the government cycle, and something is being done towards it.
Who has the project? Who was it awarded to? Is it Liberian or Liberians on this project?
Yeah, Liberian on the project. So the project is Environmental Protection Agency project. So I think either the GEF or GCF, one of those, provided some funding for Liberia for this project. So the EPA
I'm not talking about the funding part. I'm talking about the person who was awarded. Who's actually working with?
Oh no, I mean it has several stages. It
Okay.
has. I think right now we are at the point wherein some other research work, because there has been several layers of research over time to build the design. So we are at the point of concluding the very research, so the design of the structure itself can be done. I think that process, I'm not able to speak so much detail about it right now as to what the standing is, which of the companies have been hired to do it, and all of that until I go back to the project again. I still learning some of these things. So
It's still in design stage, not even.
Yes.
It's still in design stage.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. My second question: do you plan an audit of the EPA? Audits are usually helpful not because you're trying to get anybody, but because you want to know what is.
So on Thursday, not the Thursday before the rate was issued, I have met with the finance minister. I said, Mr. Minister, we want to audit the EPA. Where should we start? I'm not a financial expert. He said that the best place to start with the internal auditing agency. Their process is quicker and faster. So you get to them first. If the audit and they see that there are some lot of unanswered questions before you can elevate to the GSA, before the GSA is overpowered. So on the Thursday, we have drafted the letter to be able to send, and then we check with the controller and say, we want to audit the EPA, but we want to audit and start where the last audit ended. So we're not targeting any administration. We want to continue with it in auditing. So the controller has checked into May of 2019. That's the last time the EPA was audited, May of 2019. So we asking the internal auditing agency to, from that point where the audit ended, onto the point where we took over. So I just drafted a letter. That Friday, that letter was ready. Then the court case came and stopped me. And quite recently, I met the president. The president also asked, said that, how far the audit is for the EPA? I want to get auditing report. So I have a direct mandate for the president to audit the EPA. And that's a mandate, whether I like it or not, it has to be done. So we're going to get on that this week.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, Doctor, thank you for your wonderful answers. On the thing about metal steel transporting waste from Buchanan, I guess to Yekepat, there's something that you should really, I know you take it very seriously, but I really want you to do, really, because it's just like, it is mind-boggling that a company listed on the National Stock Exchange which engage in such environmental degradation by transporting human waste, and there should be a somewhat of waste plan in Buchanan. I don't know whether they're doing that, but that's that. But I just want you to be very strong with that. Look, but my question is about the removal of solid waste from the city of Monrovia. When time was created during the Unity Party government, alien government, and it was very short-lived. It outlived its usefulness, and there's a lot of methane gas over there. And I think the World Bank contributed to the building of something called in Cheesemanburg, right? And that Cheesemanburg project has been ongoing for so many years, and it's still not thing, okay? And then the whole thing about the removal of solid waste in Monrovia, with these, you mentioned that people come to your house and they take the waste, the community-based enterprises. I just want you to speak to the Liberian people, right, about the solid waste removal in the city of Monrovia, the challenges, and whether you believe that the community-based enterprises, whether using wheelbarrows and shovels in this modern age, and why is it that it's taking so much time for Cheesemanburg to come on stream for us to have some? In fact, Why don't we have a more comprehensive solid waste management program for the city of Monrovia that is much more tilted to private sector intervention than the way that it is settled by the World Bank? So I just want you, for the Liberian people, to hear from you your views on that.
Yes, I think we should move heavily towards private sector in managing the sector, but still, it has to be government driven. Like you're talking about Chismember, which I need to learn more about. If you have a private company, even that is collecting the solid waste, they have to get a disposal site. And for a private company to build that is possible, but most of the time it's challenging. So government still need to step in to make sure that we have these in place, even when you say creating an enabling environment for the private sector. That's part of it. Government has to designate the site. Some work has to be done there by government, and then people go there. So, but making sure we have private sector involved in it is extremely important. The issue about people collecting a wheelbarrow in the tricycles and the rest of it is primitive. I do agree with it, but it's better than nothing. So I think that's a starting point. So starting with that now, how can we grow out of that? What sort of incentive we can give to private companies, even community-based institutions that are doing this little bit of effort? How can we magnify their effort? This is a challenge that we are faced with as a government, and that's the point. We are speaking with the city authority to look into those in a much more serious way. But I get your point very clearly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's bring in Mame before we go to Ava.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Yakwa, I wanted to just speak to this before I ask my question. This story about the Global Environmental Fund providing $6 million for EPA headquarters. The GEF will not give any country money in secret. Never. They are now a 419 business. They are now a 419 international firm. They operate on standards and procedures. During the campaign, people made these statements. They came up with these nice building pictures. They put cost to them. The two people who already get the money. So they re-elect President Weah will build the offices. There is no record publicly available until they can show it that GEF provided $6 million for EPA head office. We've checked with the institution and we can find it. To this issue about the West Point project, the 6.8 million project, is another issue. They do not committed to provide funding, and I want you to speak to how you will solve this problem because you inherited it already. Somebody need to mute.
The man going to spoon already. I won't go me in there to spoon. I mean, that's
somebody need to mute.
I got a good idea.
Somebody need to mute.
Something. We need to use propaganda policy to go after that.
Somebody need to mute. Somebody need to mute.
Talking through the list.
Maybe you need a mute for a minute.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It might be the studio here.
That's it. Yeah, but
I was still not breaking the rule. I was still not.
Yeah, but the point I was raising is similar to what I raised before. Oh man.
Yeah.
Hello. Go.
Go ahead.
You there?
Stanton?
But I want a person coming to do propaganda.
You sure you don't have a tab open?
I don't have anything open. I don't have anything open.
It could be Uncle Sam too, then I stop.
Okay,
I see they coming to spoon for somebody. Spoon has security outside there.
They come in run propaganda.
Yeah, I want to say the man there, so they come in there.
It's clear now. Go ahead, mommy. It's clear.
Yeah.
So Sam la Konapa? So Uncle Sam la Konapa?
I am the Uncle Sam. So the point I was driving at Dr. Yakpawulu clarifying or speaking to that GEC fund that we can see and there is no public record. A similar thing that happened with the West Point Coastal Defense Project. They created a hype that, we're coming to solve the sea erosion. They put the news up in the air, but the detail is showing that the donor is saying the government has failed to provide its commitment, so she cannot provide funding. And here is the funding. As per the record, the government total commitment was 6.8 million, 2.5 in cash, and 4.26 in kind. That's the information we have. It can be verified, but that's the information available to us. Of this amount, the government have reneged on paying. The previous administration reneged on paying, and therefore, the donor decided to hold back on payment until the government can live up to its commitment. So the guy just created hype in the press, created impression that they're doing something, only to be able to get people vote and come back to power. Doc, how can you address this problem going forward to ensure government lives up to its commitment to receive additional funding to begin the project?
Okay, so you can hear me? Okay, wonderful. So I think, like you said, that's why I said from the beginning. The funder has said we should be up to almost $1 million because 960 some more thousand that have accumulated on that $2.5 million you're talking about that we need to pay this year for them to release the funding to carry on the project. We have had serious discussion with UNDP. UNDP is a party. We are having involved and as minister. All right, continue.
Go ahead, please. Sorry for that. Go ahead.
So yes, we have been able to raise this, and as a matter of fact, we're able to include that in the EPA budget as a budget line, as an additional budget that was not appropriated for the EPA, and we raised sufficient kind of awareness within the government circles to make sure that we'll be able to come up with something. To what the standing is, the budget had not passed yet, so I can't really say whether I will have that in it or not. But we've been assured that something will be done, that Liberia will not lose 17 million or 18 million for failure to provide $1 million. And the project we're talking about is a life-saving project. So if we were to miss it, and God forbid, if something bad were to happen, that's why I say we're not going to bed and sleep. So it's a life-saving project. So we are making the necessary appeal within government, raising the awareness sufficiently so that Liberia commitment can come. Even if it is not in a fullness, but there can be some serious commitment that will encourage the donor to say Liberia mean business. So that's the standing of it. But I'm fully aware of this project. But yes, the previous commitment did not, government did not live up to that commitment, and we have to inherit that as a new government. So we are dealing with that challenge right now.
Can we make some correction? I beg you out, sticking with what Mama, did you just say that the government, the past government, I don't want to put this on Dr. Yapawulo because he stayed investigating these things. Did you just say the past government helped the project just because of election and there were no money awarded to Liberia?
No. So what I said was, as per the contract, government need to make certain payment before the donor can provide matching fund. I am saying, with the records available to us, government did not live up to its commitment to provide the funding. Therefore, the donor did not provide its own funding. So I was concluding that the guys, like in the case of the EPA headquarters that they say they get 6 million for, and you can find it anywhere in the world besides with them, I am saying this same hype they created, creating an impression that, oh yes, we're coming to solve the problem. But in the back end, they were not living up to their commitment to provide the funding. And that's the reason why the donor itself did not provide the funding, and the project is not moving at the pace it should be moving.
So because you said that, Dr. Yapawulo, I know you're going to investigate this, but you also heard about the least or development country, the least least environment country fund, correct? Dr. Yapaulo?
Least environment country fund. Stanton got to tell me a little bit more about it.
Okay,
What I got the least environment country fund. I don't
yeah, so
understand.
when all world leaders attended a COP, I think it was 175 or COP 185, something of that nature, we can find out. And the government came back and said, well, they're going to give us some money. All the least environment country, they were going to get some money. And based from that organization and that program, Liberia was awarded $20 million. And all of the $20 million, the UN having some project that they believe that they should use 10 million of that money, but 10 million was given, it stay as a grant that will be given to the Liberian government. And all of that 10 million are where the solar green city project is coming from, 6.5 million. But again, it's so frustrating because you do not have the time, and there was not sufficient time given to you to investigate these things. But they are saying that the money is there, it's sitting there. You know, the GEF, you know, it's sitting there. All you need to do is to go and get it, because it's Liberia money. It was awarded to Liberia as a grant. I'm surprised that you really don't know, you know.
But I missed an inquiry. So somebody who like Mr. Yunimbo, who have served as our MES coordinator, would have had enough information. Somebody like my technical advisor in terms of Mr. Ben Kamo would have correct information and work with that institution for a very long time. He's an expert in the field. So we'll go back and make substantial follow-up, but we start to make some follow-up on these things. Sometimes they are money set aside for country, but there are certain processes to follow for you to have access to that money. What a part of it can be for direct construction like this is possible, sometimes a little bit challenging in terms of building infrastructure project, but that's all I can say, Stanton. Given all the information, we do appreciate it. So we will take this information and then make serious follow-up. Because again, when we saw the building, we are excited to say that part of our legacy would be to have a correct EPA building, functional building. I mean, ever since we're looking for money, outside, inside, and we are even reached to a point where we're raising that to the senior management to say if we get big, we'll establish our own little fund. In fact, this current budget, we actually put $500,000 inside that budget as addition if it is approved by the legislature, so as to start our EPA building on our own. So even if we're making this kind of effort, why would we see money somewhere that will not grab it? But now that you give all the information, we take that and run with it. But actually make some inquiry around this to try to get clarity. No, I didn't get any. Some people say the past director, Professor Tappe, is the only person that can be able to speak specifically about it. And I don't understand why. As executive director, sometimes we do have certain conversations and negotiation that it would not feel comfortable to share, yet we don't share. So hopefully, if you have information like this, you'll be able to share with us, because the court case is over. He's still a professor. So still reach out to him to say if you get this type of information for the institution you made, help out with us so that we can move it forward with it.
Again, really appreciate you. I mean, I've really said thank you. Yeah.
I got the GEF project portfolio for Liberia.
Okay. What is in
Focal
it?
era. I'm reading now. Put in the chat room. You can put it up. Focal era biodiversity, climate change, land degradation. Climate change, land degradation. There is nothing in the GEF portfolio that had to do with the construction of office building.
What was there any money? Was there any money awarded?
There is no record of any money being awarded to Liberia by the GEF. Grants that are awarded to Liberia are signed and published. It can be in secret.
Can you also, while you do that, before we gotta go to ASIFI, can you also go to the least development country fund website and see what was given to Liberia from that amount, please? Asiba, your turn, please.
Thank you. So this is like a double-edged question. There have been different talks about our carbon credits, monetizing our forests, um, losing out on the potential of forest revenue for conservation purposes. So, what is your position or disposition or plan on how Liberia can benefit from its forests from an environmental perspective? And what kind of system do you look at? Whether it's an information management system, it's a process system or so, to really keep a tab on all the things? Because right on this call, multiple things have been coming at you, and then you're new to this. So how do you expect to be able to harness all of this information in a way that it can make sense and you can be able to act upon it?
Yeah, that part of the leadership to be able to take a lot in and put all those together and make sound judgment in terms of, in this case, the Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia. How do we move forward? When it comes to carbon and carbon market and other that, as I said, that's one of my training. I have PhD in environmental science more broadly. So we discuss this thing at a global level. Again, for the listener audience, this is coming because the tree that's standing, the green leaf, is absorbing some of the carbon that is in the atmosphere. So it's extremely important. So standing forests, even we have the blue carbon that is the ocean side, in terms of everything that happened under the water. It's very, very important. So the fact that Liberia has, I think the FDA said the other day, 46% is called the Upper Guinean forest. This is the forest of West Africa, the whole of West Africa. So we have that standing. So it put us in a very good negotiation table, because as a matter of fact, we are helping to clean the environment for the world. So we do have some leverage here in terms of negotiating. So the thing about it is, some other countries will go ahead, they are polluting a lot. So they will go and buy forest so that it can be able to replace, to mitigate their pollution. That part of that, what that started with our UAE, kind of blue carbon, it was in that scenario. At this point, EPA, FDA, others, we're working now to get a policy in place, because we can't operate this market without legal backing. So sooner or later, we'll be talking to the president, who had instructed us. President specifically told me, work with EPA and all the stakeholders, come and advise on carbon market. If you come here, you alone, listen. Go, let's work as a team. So we are carrying on that mandate to be able to get that. So with us, we share the policy with Spoon, because the public will have to get a say inside that policy before even we can open it up. But it's a resource that Liberia can tap into. What we don't want it to happen is, we don't want that resource, that standing resource, to reflect the negativity in the underground resource. There have been a lot of negativity associated with the gold and the diamond and all of that. We don't want that standing resource for that to happen again. So we are very focused on that right now and working towards it in collaboration with the FDA.
Did I have two questions or one? Okay, so the standards thing is still an issue because there's no clear trail. Like when I go to the EPA site, to show that any one of the firms out here, the exploiters, the mining companies, whether sand mining or regular mining, are actually, completing the environmental and social impact assessments. What the actual contents are, sharing that information, because I believe that should be public information for people. So what are your plans to either tell me is happening and we have this information available, but if it's not, what is the remediation process for you to resolve this and really give us the kind of information we want?
Two things I'm not proud of. I'm not proud of the EPA bus. EPA has a bus, it's extremely old. When you see the bus, you say, "What is this? EPA workers really getting a bus?" So we looking for money to get a bus for our workers. They need to get a good bus. I'm not also very proud of the EPA website. It's a non-functional website. It doesn't give any information to the public as we speak, but I can guarantee you, in a few months from now, you will have a functional website, and the information you're looking for, they are public information, and you will find the information.
I applaud you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll follow up with you, though.
Glenny, welcome. Come back, Glenny. Talk to us. Good to see you.
Hello, everybody. Dr. Yabaru, how are you?
I'm okay, Glenn. Really happy to speak with you. I watch you most of the time. The entire show, right? My son was fans of the show. But
Thank
nice
you.
finally to speak to you directly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Like Stanton said, there are a lot of doctors here tonight. So we are not the doctor. We'll try to cope with the doctors.
Stop it, man. Stop it. Ask your question.
So I was listening and I wanted to ask you, you talked about a 5-year plan for EPA. I wanted to specifically ask you, how is that plan going to be translated to the people that live in the communities? How will they understand the plan? How will they become a part of the plan? What's being planned for them to understand what's in that plan so that they can participate?
And one example is the decentralization plan, where in our 100-day deliverable, we have said to His Excellency in the Stern One note that the EPA were going to initiate a decentralization in a more serious way. That is in the plan. How is it impacting the people? As I speak to you, this Friday, we're getting into Bentor. Offices are open now in Bapulu, one of the hotspot area, with staff, with office that is powered by solar light, motorcycle that have computers, and everything that is replicated in Grand Kitman, in Bapulu, as well as Monserrado. So those 4 counties this coming Friday will be opening offices fully staffed. So it's in a strategic plan for the EPA to decentralize. And we're taking that plan into action when the offices, when the staff are deployed. They will monitor environmental issues around it. Not only they, we also have the awareness people. We have the inspectors and the awareness. The awareness group is ready to teach people about environmental issues. One clear example as to how the plan is translated into affecting the people's lives. And we have many like that we can talk about. But just that one example, Granny.
All right, thank you. My other question is, you talked about what is number one on your, I know we talked about trash, you talked about the Western cluster and all of the, what is number one on, what is the first thing that you as an individual or as the new EPA boss will want to be able to accomplish? Forget what the government 100 days deliverables are, but what is it that you want to effectively handle in Liberia as a whole?
Yeah, so the first one, at least in order of priority, is to have a functional, well-qualified EPA. And because man knows that, it's difficult for us to do anything at the EPA. So staff capacity building and making sure that the institution is functional the way it's supposed to be, making sure people are held accountable within the EPA. The EPA workers are examples of good citizens. I think it's a very fundamental because that reflects on the work we do. So that's the first thing. The next one is really this broad term of liberalization policy in terms of the way we protect the environment and how that protection positively affect the lives of our people. That means investment are going. That means Liberian lives are getting better under the leadership of President Joseph Boakai. That even if I'm there under the leadership of the president, hopefully for the next 6 years, when that terms are in, can clearly look at in a countable way, in a measurable way, that the EPA, one of our leadership, is XYZ. So that's there are many we can talk about, but in nutshell, I look forward to that.
Thank you. Thanks, Stanton.
Yeah.
Thank you, Glendy. We're going to make Fadiga the last because we have Colonel A.B. Kerman, who should be coming up shortly.
We
Fadiga,
have a
go ahead.
question,
Fadiga, be patient, please. I'm saying we're going to make you the last. Go ahead.
Me?
Yes, you, Fadiga.
No, I was not hearing somebody. Sarah Kim late, my internet went off. It kept tripping, so I couldn't come on. But I had so many questions that I wanted to ask. I was saying quick to the issue of wetland. In November, I think 2003, November 2nd, Liberia joined the Ramsar treaty, and we became a signatory to that treaty. But in the last couple of years, we have seen that we have violated that treaty on multiple fronts, especially around the Maserati era. We see people filling in those wetlands. We see them throwing trash in the wetland. And then we even have the most, I don't want to say infamous, but we have this issue of Bali Alley that the former president even wanted to build on that land, which was against the Ramsar Treaty. How do you intend to navigate the political influence and hold people accountable? I saw that you can fine up to 50,000 and 10-year imprisonment, but we have not seen that yet. How do you intend to withstand political pressure or even businesses? Because some well-to-do people are violating, and we have not seen anybody prosecuted yet. How do you want to educate the Liberian people about the importance of conserving those wetlands and ensuring that people are held accountable and that people are not violating the treaty? That would be my first question.
Yeah, so we do that by increasing our monitoring with our environmental inspectors. First, we carry on a lot of awareness to inform people that this is not right, this is unlawful, and people who are violating the environmental inspectors will send the information, and then we'll be able to institute the requisite fine and everything that you need to do. But when something is widespread, you need really take some sort of big step to get it under control. So that's why I think we are negotiating now for the possibility of the president elevating the conversation in the form of a moratorium to say nobody is allowed to do anything in wetland for that matter until we can get the situation under control. Because people are not listening. But in more instances too, they don't have the kind of education. In more instances too, there are some are really poor people too, in terms of where to live. If they don't have any other place, and this is the place that are closer, there's a whole human element to environmental issues, and we can push so much far. But it's an important question. We're looking at it, and the EPA is discussing it very heavily, and we are at the point wherein we might want to have some sort of moratorium instituted so that it's elevated to the national conversation, particularly the very wetland that are under protections, including the one that you talk about. There are some that are quite prime, no matter what. We got to do everything we can to be able to protect them. A recent idea has been we are not effectuated this, but how can we collaborate with the police so that the police can back our inspectors, in terms of seriously enforcing this? We have not had discussion with the police director yet, but it's an idea that we started to think about recently, and we'll start to have the kind of discussion. But it's an important thing, and we're not forgetting about that.
My second question, I hope somebody have not asked this question, but it's leading towards the blue carbon. A few years ago, I know somebody may ask, but I knew somebody would have asked it. But my thing here is, do you intend to sell our carbon footprint to anytime soon? Is there anything that the EPA is going to be looking at now, like the former administration, or in the near future?
Until we can have a carbon policy framework in place, until we can have a clear direction where the Liberian people are aware of, that is critique very well, look at by expert economics like Sam Jackson and others, until we can get that framework, no. Because if we do so, we're operating in vacuum. And we can't do that.
But there's a carbon D already on the table from the previous
exactly.
Yeah, that's what we learned about that.
The blue carbon.
The UAE.
from all I know about that deal, is on hold. That deal is
All
on
right.
hold.
So, Doctor, you've been very, 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 not for today, seriously, you've been so great. I would take away the Yagbawdo who gave you gun. I would just stick with Yagbawdo moving forward. Because now, yes, indeed, you are the acting executive director. And I think you've been fair with us. Something you don't know, you have not investigated. You say, listen, give me a chance to come back. That wish you try to explain to us. And I appreciate you. Seriously, this is how I do. We have no misunderstanding, but I think that you answer to the best of your knowledge for the short given time. And I want folks to know, because this concerns Liberia. But I'd like to ask you, while you're on your way out, we got only 4 more minutes left. Uh, what do you know about the GEF?
The GEF?
Yes, sir, the GEF.
GEF, Global Environmental Facility.
Yes, sir.
It's a global body. Some grant making body that countries contribute to, and then they give some grant out. That's how far. So most of the bigger environmental programs, they are all part of it. So that in a nutshell, that's why I can be able to explain that in a detailed way. But since I get very few minutes, let me give a shout out. It's important to do this.
No, we will. We will let you to give a shout out. We're
It's
not running
important.
you.
The
We
EP is
will
a
allow
team.
you. We will allow you to do that. But the reason why I'm asking you about the GEF, but because they are saying that where you can find the 10 million grant, the money that we're talking about. The reason why I'm still holding on to this is because it's a big amount of money. Your name, indeed, you said it, as an operational focal point since this year. And what can you tell us about that?
So, that and what a GEF or GCF and the rest of it, the global climate stuff, they will allocate certain money, right, for a country sometimes. There are processes to follow to get that money. Sometimes they get the money directly through a grant. Sometimes the international NGOs that are operating in the country compete for that grant in association with the principal party, in this case, the EP. That's how it works. So there are processes to go through. I think that particular 10 million from GF and the rest of it, it will be some of that processes to go through. But like Mohammed said, not to my knowledge that it's been given to Liberia. If they give it to Liberia, we told you the other one about 17 million for the coastal development project. We get talk about that. We get our money, we'll be happy. And once we way it come, and next time, keep pressing on it. Next time we will be able to explain more about it, what it says about. When we get the correct information, we'll share with Spoon, we'll share with the Liberian people. Because there's not anything we can hide in terms of the administration of the EPA.
So put that up again, Damo, please, if you can. And this is the GFH style full flexibility across the style focal area. Now, they are saying to us that another 8.6 million is on the back burner or waiting for you. Not even the 10 million that we are talking about. So I'm saying I'll try to upload all this, but Damo have to do it. Damo, thank you very much. I think that we are to a better place.
Our ICE Salamatu, Anthony Salamatu Lamy, who is coordinating some of these activities with the EPA in association with UNDP, she'll be able to give a lot more information on some of the things. She's the one that will be able to give us information more about some of this. She's somebody seconded to the EPA, work for the EPA, but under the guidance of the UNDP. And somebody who I work with the EPA is a lawyer by training and is very helpful to the work of the EPA. Should be able to get more information on this particular stuff.
I want to say thank you very much. You've been very fair with the network and the Liberian people from where I sit. I really do appreciate you today. You can send your shout out and you can do your closing, sir.
No, it's to the Deputy Director, Dwell Bole, and the rest of the EPA staff, the senior management team, everybody included, from sweepers to our inspectors and everyone. Everything I'm saying here today is not by your work. I won't be able to say it. So, folks at the EPA, we say thank you very much for your support. And of course, His Excellency, President Joseph Yuma Boakai, for giving us the opportunity to sit here and speak on behalf of his government, all issues environmental related. Spoon, it's nice to be here tonight.
So before you give a statement, can I share something with you on Bali Island?
Wait. No. I said we're done. I beg you, we're done. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was just saying to Spoon, we hope to be back here again for additional information. And whenever you get any question, please ask. We'll be able to respond. We are here.
Thank you very much. I want to say we appreciate you a lot. We always say, it was a great show. You're always welcome, sir. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. All right. Here we are. I don't mean to interrupt you when you were coming in with your last point, but I got AB on my back, and the doctor had to leave, and here we are.
Now you're one back. He on my back.
He on your back too, right? So it was a great show. A lot of money out there, my man. I'm reviewing this thing, and I can say to the doctor, let's be fair. Some folks from the past government within EPA on this show, they watch and they say they are willing to work with Dr. Yakpablo because they think that he's fair. Right? I don't want to call names. He would talk to them, but they are willing to help him because this is about Liberia and this is about the bigger picture and the money that is coming in. So we will be bringing in Mr. Krama, and before we do that, we'll be speaking to the gentleman that requesting the 66,000 United States dollars. His name is Kimber. He agreed to talk to us. We're bringing in. We're keeping only Mr. Krama, Connor Krama, for 10 minutes or so. All right. I know you will give your post or interview comment concerning Dr. Yapagro, but let's bring in AB Krama first. Connor Krama of the Liberia DEA. Diamond, can you please bring in the corner?
Just a minute, we trying to make some readjustments. Just a minute.
Okay, so while we do that, Uncle Sam, let me come to you, Uncle Sam. What do you make about Dr. Yapaglo?
Hands down, he's a brilliant young man. He sounds like a true patriot. He, a man who picked himself up by his own bootstrap, and I think he's a great addition. He's extremely knowledgeable, and I think he will do well. And whatever the country can do to support him, I think we should do that. And there's a lot of money out there. There's serious money for the environment, because that's what SDGs are about. The sustainable development goes sustainability. That's what it's all about. You cannot grow an economy without sustainability. It has to be environmentally sustainable, socially sustainable, and environmental plays in Liberia.
Just real quick, because I'm sorry, I know we'll do this thing. I see that Konokrama is seated. Let me bring it up. Let me just give it only 5 seconds, Dr. Bople. What you make of Dr. Yapaglo?
I think he's sharp. He spoke very well. I do think that the proof is in the pudding. I would like to see the action that follows. It's important work he's called to do, but we need action. So we'll support his work, but we want to see action. So he's the kind of guy standing that I'm sure you'll call on the show in the future, because a lot of times we have to plan, but the implementation is missing. We want to see this effective.
I think he sold well, but let's talk about it after A.B. Kroma. I think he sold his product well. I want to leave that in your mindset, okay? You go out there to buy your boarding, you got to know how to sell your boarding, and the boarding got to be good. So I think he sold his product well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring in Conan A.B. Kroma. We had a show here with Baba Too Sweet, and we said we're going to give Conan Kroma the chance to come and speak, just for a little bit. He's not here too long. Let's bring in Conan Kroma. Are you ready, Demo? There you go. All right. So let me see if I can bring in Conan Gray. Oh, Demo. All right. So Welcome to the show, Colonel Kermine. It's good to have you again, sir. This is your home when you talk about media broadcasting. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Again, it's always a pleasing pleasure to be in the sight of all of your folks out there. We couldn't make it the other day when you hire a too sweet or too sour guy on the show, so we didn't have the opportunity to be here. So we said we're going to give you an opportunity to give you a profit the view that we thought would be fitting the fact because we have the video to show. And
so you like to share the video with us?
Well, I will ask. I will have Fediga send it to you. I'm not that technically inclined.
Okay.
You should have to do it.
Are you in the studio along with Fediga?
No, he's not in studio. He has to go to some operation. So he's
No,
going to
it's
send
okay.
it to you.
I thought you said you asked him. I thought you were in studio with him. So let's welcome Conan Abi Kroma. Listen, we got to be fair here. I reached out to you. I reached out to Fediga. He couldn't speak because we never authorized him to. We had to do a show, and and I'm so happy that you are back to clear the air. So talk to us. It's all yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Jermaine. Again, we had an incident. We had an issue the other day. We had gotten about five different intel from different quarters. Some from Sierra Leone. We had 3 from Sierra Leone, 2 from here. And so we decided to actually, in the intelligence world, you are allowed, without the proper prima facie, you're allowed to invite and talk to people. And it is at their own volition. They can decide not to talk to you, and you can do it anywhere. If you're inviting people to your police headquarters or to your headquarters, and some people are not comfortable with it, you just to initiate that conversation, you can do it anywhere. And I understand you guys said my conversation with this dude was too long. It was 12 minutes, 14 minutes, whatever issue is. If you're asking somebody, not arresting them, if you're a law enforcement officer, matter of fact, when I got this information, I called this dude, I asked him, I said, look, what's up? How you doing? I'm fine. Look, my name is Abi Kroma. I am the former Deputy Inspector General of Police Operation. Oh, yeah, I know you, Abi. You are the DA director. I said, oh, yeah. I said, well, basically, I was calling you not to give you any formal situation about DA, but I'd like to have a conversation with you regarding some information I thought we can trash. He said, well, why don't you come to my office? I said, no, I normally don't go to people's offices. I like to have, either you decide to come to my office, which I'm not opting for because it's not an official invitation, or we can go to a public area where everybody can see you. I just want to conversation between 2 persons. That's basically what we can do. And that has happened all around the world. I mean, I was in New York. I work in the system there. You can always do that anywhere. So he decided, after the long conversation, I got him to agree to come to the Royal. It would have been to West Point for our care, but he decided to come to the Royal. That's okay, fine. Let's come. I'll be there. It will take maybe 3 or 4, 5 minutes just to clear field out. He said, okay. I said, I'm going to go to the masjid. I'll be there by 2 o'clock. Fine. 2 o'clock, I'm there. And here come Mr. To be honest with you, I also wanted to add the name to the face, basically, based upon all the intel I got. So he comes there, and I see the guy with almost 50 guys. And the video will show you how many guys that actually he walked in the place with. So when I sat down, I thought you guys were just people doing different things. I knew you guys were escorting him. So I said, yo, we can't have a conversation in this environment. I invited you to have a conversation with you just to discuss few things. But if all of these guys are coming here, you say, well, you're DA, man, you invited me, you can't come in here with all of these, you can't let me come and these guys are escorting me. I said, well, if this is how you look at it to be, let's cut this conversation off. You brought a lawyer here. Let's come now. I will invite you and your lawyer to the DA head office Monday. So you come in. Matter of fact, I'm going to officially write the letter telling you why I want to see you, what documents I want you to be, so we can clear out whatever I want to see you for. And that was it. It's okay. So the lawyer said, we agreed. So 10 o'clock Monday morning, we'll come. And that was the end of the meeting. He packed up. But in the process, there was a guy he brought with him that was recording. In the video that you will see, the guy is basically recording the video. One of my guys sitting, I brought under one body guy, you will see in the video as well. And the body guy is monitoring the guy and then seeing the guy recording. So I woke up, I said, look, why are you recording me, man? This is not something nice. You don't do that. You don't record people against the will or without the permission. He said, well, I'm not recording. My father, another gentleman sitting down there saw him recording. He said, look, the recording you're doing, I'm in this recording. You can't record me. So I went in there, I said, give me the phone. Let me see it. Now, I said, okay, let me finish discussing with this dude. When I got to the discussion, I took the phone, I gave it back to him. And I told him, don't do that again. You don't record people against the wall. And then he walked out, and that was it. He and his group of 50 people walked out the place. While we're doing that, when the guy who was with me called Tolo, the guy about 50 people here, the DG alone is here. We needed to see if we can get people to come and provide some coverage. Why the guys were coming? The Fadi guy was not too far, he was just close though. So Fadi guy coming there to ask, oh, DG, what happened? I said, well, no, we had a low situation here, and basically it's been where these guys are leaving. But then they blocked the passage of the elevator from the deputy director general. And then while they're doing that, the entrance to the royal was also blocked by his people. Gentlemen, you can't do that. The guys are asking you to leave. You can leave. That was the situation that Fadi guys explained to him. And then they start to attack the officer. And they hit Mr. What the too sweet or too bitter, whatever his name is. He started to throw out jabs to Fadi guy. You are the cause of this. I got all kinds of things. He's in the guy's face. And then
we saw that, AB. Let's move forward. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Why they do all of that? They're attacking the officers.
Yeah, we saw that because then you were still upstairs, and we got the video. We watched the video.
Okay.
We didn't show the video because we got the video late. But let me just ask you a question. Let's talk about you and your interaction with Baba Too Sweet.
Sure.
Why did you call him? Is he a drug dealer?
So I just spoke
on him.
I spoke English. I don't know if you understand that. I just told you I had inquiry. I had stuff to clear with him. And in our
the English you spoke. What I'm asking you, Chief? What I'm asking you?
Okay.
What was
in the work we do, Stanton, you will listen to me now, please. The work we do ask questions. We do ask in every location. I understand your folks there. This is not a line of work, but I was just surprised that a Marine on the show, maybe he's not into investigation, so he couldn't decipher as to why we do this thing. The civilian on the show was saying, why you call the man that? Of course, that's part of my job. I don't have to.
No, I'm not asking you say the location that you call him to. I'm asking you now. You are live. Listen, I'm not blaming you for calling him in Noam Panton. I'm not blaming you for calling him under the sea. I'm just asking you now. Liberians are concerned. You had an intel on him. Is he running drugs?
Well, what I want to tell you, I can't go. Those are part of the investigation. I'm not going to tell you that on this national radio. I'm telling you, he will understand that tomorrow we start the whole letter written. We invite. Today they refused to come. They didn't come today. So now that's a defiant because this is not an official invitation coming from a government entity. The fact that he didn't come today will follow up again with a formal communication to he and his lawyer to come to the headquarters to follow up on this information. And while we do that, we can on proper investigation, proper background investigation as to why we wanted to see him. That was
so I gotta move around the table here, AB, and it's good thing you came on. Is he a suspect?
Say that again?
Is he a suspect?
He's a person of interest at this point.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Boble, you go ahead. We'll come down to Dr. Richardson and we'll go down the line. Thank you, AB.
Krumah, good evening, man. Good to see you again.
Hey, Chief. Good to see you, man.
Listen, I just have one question for you. How are things at the agency now? The last time we talked, some situation, but how are things going?
No, a little bit something more on this stuff too.
I was saying, how are things at the agency now since the last time we talked?
Well, things are getting a little better. We located a place where the GSA is working on right now. So we are going to be relocating very shortly. And then when we do a little bit of touch up, now that we've gotten some budgetary understanding of some budget allotment, so we will be working very fast to get away from the little slump a little garbage can we sat in for a little while, but we're getting better.
Okay, thank you. Good luck with that.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Dr. Copeland. Dr. Richardson?
Mr. Colonel Abe, it's good to have you here again. It's a pleasing pleasure to have you in the studio.
The pleasure is always mine, sir, ma'am.
Yeah.
You're one of my favorite people. So.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You know, when Too Sweet was here, Mr. Dobo was here. He said that.
Call him my real name, please. That Too Sweet thing is too funny.
I can't remember Mr. Dobo, Mr. whatever, Mr. Too Sweet or whatever, you know. So he said that he kind of implicated that you're in a habit of taking money from people. Do you know why he thinks that, or what's your thought about why he says that, or your reaction to that?
You know, you know me. This is not a first time. I mean, I have an integrity I come from the police background. You've seen that since I left the police, you never heard any corruption, and you will never hear it. I come from a family background that we don't tolerate something that we don't work for. That's why all my 35 years in law enforcement with the Superior Court of New Jersey back here, you never hear corruption from me. All right. So I would go to a public gathering to sit there with people hanging around to solicit money from that dude. I don't even know how much money. Look, Doc, there's no way, no how. This guy was embellishing, but I'm not even going to go in detail of his accusation. That the legal people will take care of that. Because when you do these kind of things in our country, the country of law, you get to face the law with the full weight of the law. So that's one of the reasons why I just came to make this clarification. I'm not going to go into the in-depth of his comment, his statements. Those are all on record. So we're going to deal with that at that level. That's what I can tell you. But yeah, all I can tell you, you know me. Liberia know me very much. I was 18 years old when I joined the government here. I worked my time in the States, went to school, graduated, got from there, came back from the States, came to work here. I've been Deputy Commissioner of Maritime for Administration. I control finances coming from the maritime. They've seen that. I became director of CID, Deputy Director of Police, Chief of Staff of the AFL in the AFL 4-month period. So I'm known here. My records are clean. My records are there. So this kid is not going to come to create this mindset. I'm not even going to go that route with him.
I'm glad you said that, because he really denigrated and spoke badly about your character and your integrity. So I'm glad that you kind of letting us know, you know, your positions you held. You know, I use
that first thing. I didn't have to tell you that. You've seen me.
Well,
You've seen me.
You know, it's not even me. It's for the public. You know,
I agree.
Your platform. But you know that I use life instances to learn from them. What lessons did you learn from this instance?
Well, you know, I've had the chance to interact with every kind of character in my career path. Both in the States, when I served as probation officer and investigating Superior Court, I've had to deal with all kinds of people. And apparently, this is one of the kind of people that I have to deal with. When you are invited to talk to somebody, you can say, look, the advice of my lawyer, I'm not coming anywhere. You want to arrest me? You want to say me want to do that? That is right. It was not an arrest order. It was not. I did well. Anybody I asked, my friends in the States and everywhere, I took 15 minutes to get the guys to see me, to talk to me. That was good. I did it under 15 minutes. That was fine. We got him to talk to me, but then he exhibited a persona that was not within the confine of any acceptable product. And now he started to unveil himself. There's a lot of unveiling that is going to happen very shortly. I can promise you that. But in the meantime, the lesson we learn is that basically you got to open your mind for all kinds of people. In my career path, I've got to find out a guy who is chauvinistic, who wants to show that he's the big guy. He's the guy who cannot subjugate himself to the whims and caprices of authority. That's the kind of person. So I know that. So the next time I will start to. I'm not as smart as you are, Dr. Chinwe, to start to psychoanalyze these guys. Now, from this experience, we start to look at a little bit of psychoanalysis. Thank God I have Fediga, who is a mind reader, who basically can see through these things. Next time maybe I'll ask Freddie guy to ask the question because he knows from the get-go to see exactly how things are going with them.
Sure. Would you have led your questions to be your phone call to be too long? Would you have wanted that to be longer? Is that something that you regret doing?
No, if you had capitulated sooner, to tell me, say, look, I don't want to be with you. I don't want to meet with you. Fine, but you're dragging it. You're trying to show how big boss he is. Just tell me, look, I can talk to you. We cut it out, okay? Or I come to you. Then I understand. But my quest was to get him to agree to come and see me because I wanted to put the face to the name, and I successfully did that under 15 minutes.
Thank you.
So I'm good.
Thank you.
I mean, I propped myself in the back. At least I brought the guy in 15 minutes. I've seen him. He's exhibiting himself publicly to all of you guys, to Liberia for that matter. And this is a guy who claimed to be a very good Liberian, was born in the somewhere in Tusafi. They said that's a zinc shot. I went there, the zinc shot doesn't exist. But that's a different word. We'll get there, Colonel Gray. We'll get to find out. We'll also ask LIS to see exactly where are we with regards to the nationality situation. We'll come there. We'll get to these things to the bottom of it. We're not going to stop. We'll make sure. And you know what? I just had an opportunity. We just had a meeting with the African Development Bank. They're asking us to follow up on all of these folks who are dragging around, who are money laundering. Basically, is one of our main targets. We got guys who are putting up buildings all around this place. We have to follow them. We have to follow the money, follow exactly where we are. So I want Liberians to know they trust us. We're not harassing anybody. It's not far. It's far-fetched for this dude to go this distance. But anyway, you live to learn. We've learned these kind of personality.
Okay. Thank you very much, Uncle Sam.
Yeah, Colonel AB, welcome. Okay, look, nobody who knows AB Krumah would think that you're a corrupt man. I've known you for a long time. I've known how you think, but you made an error in judgment. The error in judgment was when you're speaking on the phone, you should know it could be recorded, okay? And the kind of character that you're ascribing to this guy, to spend 12 to 14 minutes, but so I want you to explain to the Liberian people, I beg you, right? To Mawata when you're listening, why would a top law enforcement officer spend 12 to 14 minutes? I'm sure you have a good reason. Why would you spend 12 to 14 minutes on the phone with somebody who just suppressed information? I think the Liberian people need to understand that it is part of the law enforcement thing. So explain that to Mawata why you took so long.
All right. Now, this coming from the Marine, ex-Marine, I'm a little bit perplexed, but I'll handle it from that point. If a Marine is asking me why I'm taking too long to ask the guy.
No, you explain it to Mawata, not to me.
Let me explain to Mawata.
Yeah, explain to Mawata.
Mawata, in this work that we do, as the man in charge, as a man with regards to get information from people, you have to take your time to get them to come. Most especially when you have an objective, is to come and see him, compare his name, let the name face the information basically with the name and the face. To do that, you need a little bit of time. You got to talk to the man in a way that he would acquiesce. I mean, he will agree. Let me put it in Mawata. He will agree. So you take your time. You got to the point where I popped myself in the back. And guys I spoke to back in the States, they said, you did well. I took myself because I did it with under 15 minutes to get the guys to come to see me. Now, he agreed to come to the public space. Now that I'm talking to someone at corner restaurant, if you saw the video, you see that everybody else was hanging. Now, my only problem was that too many people were there. Too many people were disturbing the business space that we all utilize. And so I cut it out. So Mawata will understand that the security business, when you're doing the security business, more especially somebody you have not seen, you got information about the person, you just want to pass the information so as to get him to come and see you. You pass the information. Look, listen, this is what it is. Look, that's not me. I don't know about this. Finish.
AB. So let me ask you a question. This is for Mawata out there, okay?
Yeah.
If this guy's a person of interest and he's high on your radar, explain to the Liberian people where that the fact that you call him, wouldn't that have alerted him So maybe to start to take honestly some actions to know that he's on law enforcement radar. So explain that not to me, but to Mawata.
All right. You know, Mawata, let me tell you, Mawata, something. When you have a situation like this guy is a guy who you have some interest in getting to know him first. See a face with a name. You got 5 intel on this guy. You want to see him first and foremost. That's one objective I wanted to achieve. The second objective was to have an opportunity for him to say, "Oh, that's not me." Maybe the name you got or the face you got. Those are things that you come. Whether alerting or not, there is. I don't need him to agree that I'm following up on his attitude or his character or something like that. I can do that by talking to him. Then say, "Look, I got you on the radar," or something like that. It doesn't stop the fact that his business dealing, his lifestyle, and other stuff that will be part of the investigation. It doesn't stop it. It doesn't disappear. That's how it works. So it doesn't make a difference. We can always find out the information gathered. As it is right now, this has given me an opportunity to go deeper into my analysis, into my investigation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next
Pleasure is
question.
always mine, Marine.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Next, Lenny.
All right, Kurma, how are you?
Yeah, one of my favorite people too.
I know I heard you talk about me. I'm not from the Marine. I'm not from the Army. I'm a
Yeah,
civilian.
that's
But I
a
wanted,
really good.
and Dr. Francine touched a little bit on the question I had, but I still wanted to ask you, and I heard you in your intro, do you think, knowing what happened now, do you think it was the right decision to have called him at a business place to have a meeting, knowing all that have transpired?
You know, I've had in my career of 35 years, I've had the opportunity to speak to pretty close to about, if you add the USA, it would be about maybe 57 people that was not in the police headquarters or was not in any organized problem, maybe 57, 56. He, Mr. whatever you call him, he's supposed to be the 57 person that I've probably spoken to all side of on a control environment. So this is part of the job that we do. Intelligent officers, people working underground or under the work, we can do these things. We can have this informal conversation. It doesn't make the guy to feel that he's being investigated, but in reality, you get information free. And I got to see him free, 50 minutes. This is what happened in our business. And I understand your own perspective, the point you come from, not being this business, the fact that the DA director brought this guy to sit in the private area, we talk, it happened every day. The FBI, the CIA, everybody talk to people differently, get them to acquiesce to certain things you wanted to do. At the end of the day, you can pursue your information as you have it. You go do an in-depth investigation because you already have pre-clued information as to what this guy, what are the linkage of where you're going to take this process. So, I understand the adapt, trust me. But in the business, that's what happens. Except somebody of a different level come to me, no, it doesn't. It doesn't happen. Then we can debate it. Then I'll take my John Jay education and put it out to you to see it. Or my 35 years experience.
All right.
But until then, since I'm speaking to a lay person who doesn't understand the gravity, the issue with regards to professional investigation, I will explain. I'll take the challenge.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Abba.
Muted as usual.
when talks be barking, it can disturb the show, so I gotta keep talks out. So yeah, the Director General, you already know, like you said, some of us here did not approve of the long engagement with that individual. So hopefully you'll be able to shorten this kind of engagement and just get to the point. You are in a position of authority, and those people need to understand that back and forth and that arrogance the individual playing was not necessary.
Thank you.
How many of these kind of individuals exist in, that people of interest that you really need to talk to around these different issues? Because things have been very porous in this country. So we don't know what.
Abba, I've been around a little while. My days in the States, and I've been around here a little while too as well. as a probation officer, you kind of monitor a lot of folks. And then out here, as director of CID and base commander of intelligence, so you basically spend your time with guys who have difficulty to actually capitulate on issues that you want them to get to. So it takes time. You don't have to ordinarily. You need 72 hours, 48 hours to talk to a suspect in the police headquarters. So if you can just use some free time to talk to a guy like that, get some information, business information from him without even putting him on a custodial relationship. And that's a plus. And this is the training that you have to do when you go for investigation training. They allow you to not utilize the 48 hours freely. You can use other means. You can take the lawyer, say, man, take the lawyer, take care of the man home, bring him back, or stuff like that. Oh, man, yeah, what's up? Can we meet at a restaurant? We'll be eating and asking questions and get the information you want to get beside without putting the guy in custody. Those things are happening. But I'll take your advice from it. We probably shorten this conversation. But the problem, the soft part about that is that when you shorten this information, if I had shortened it, I wouldn't have had the chance to see Mr. whatever you call him. I wouldn't have had the chance to see him to the royal to exhibit all of the arrogance and non-nationalistic posture that he put up. He said he's a Liberian, but then he's calling people not to come and invest in Liberia. I've not seen any of that. All of my nationalists, yeah, there you go. I see his, what is this? What is that?
The Liberian passport.
Exactly. So we'll investigate this.
So he's a Liberian.
No, well, that's the passport, though. You know what we have here. And I posted the other day, not all business people are drug dealers, but all drug dealers are business people.
Yeah, but notwithstanding, I don't want us to go there, but he's a Liberian.
That information, right? Pablo Escobar was a businessman. You want to work?
So let's move to Conor Gray. Conor Gray, you want to come in?
Do I have a second question?
No, that one, my man. It's 7:32. I beg you. This guy, the gentleman, really want to ask you a question. The gentleman that we spoke about concerning Dr. Yakwabulo with the
Kimber.
Yeah, Kimber, he want to come on. So Conor Gray, go ahead, please.
You know, I can name you the 8 people that clean, including myself, Nyanga, you, Conor Service that used to be in the police. We cleaned Tusa field. We were the very first people that used to chase on that field. My house was right across there. But that's not the issue here, my brother. So when you said Tusa field, it rang a bell to me, but I don't know. I don't know if any Mr. Dubber that used to live in that area, because I knew all the houses there. But here's the deal, my brother. This guy accused you of you being a killer. That is extremely serious. You know, people take besmirching of people's character lightly. What you depend on to prosecute or to foster your job is your integrity. And this guy really went against your integrity. So in addition to what you're going to be doing, you intend to take a lawsuit?
Yes, sir. Without a doubt. My character is something I live with. And besides that, I'm the grandson of Chief Musa Kroma. We don't play with our character. I mean, I've seen people just fly out here. We were doing a World War I, World War II, World War III. I was in New York getting a master's degree. I was in Jersey, Seton Hall, and John Jay getting master's degrees. When you're World War I, World War II, World War III were going on, I wasn't around here. But yesterday, you got the liberty to call me a killer. Killer of what? I live an exemplary life. I worked when I was here. I had a contract with the UN. I worked with the UN. I established. So this dude is going to give account of these outlandish, unsubstantiated comment. I'm an educated man, and in this country, I believe in the rule of law. Maybe he doesn't understand that, but again, I'm not going to go into detail of what my action is going to be, because if you call a guy a killer, you got to show where the cops are or who he killed. Those kind of things was something we got to. The lawyers will deal with that. This is a personal situation. Even though I'm indemnified as a government employee, but he has not got right as a public figure to malign my character, a high-end character. I went to the States. I went to the United States for 20 years, not a moving ticket, zero, not a single, because I live a very controlled life. I come here. I've been all around the government circle everywhere. You never hear say, "Every commodity." People would innuendos and gossip around. characteristically, I tuned not to come, but to come on national radio and prefer these outlandish stuff, we will get to the bottom of it. I've already contacted lawyers privately. They're going to deal with that, but the issue of national situation that I am paid to protect for the Liberian people, we're going to do that. That's my job. But he come out to say to throw all of these jobs. I mean, I'm not buying that bait for him. We'll deal with that a little bit.
Thank you very much, Colonel Great. I want to bring in Al Hussein UJ Fadiga. Guys, can we mute?
I have a question, but we have
Everybody.
a statement. Look, I'm kind of confused. The other day I said something about our media, a lot of our media institution being unscrupulous, and someone was asking me why. I woke up this morning and listened to a couple of talk shows, and it mind-boggling to see media institution that take one story. Royal is right here. I never heard one media talk show host or presenter that say, "Oh, I went to Royal to ascertain the fact, to even verify." Look, there was certain time in this country where people could not even be called on the phone. You were dragged and abused. We listened to 15 minutes of conversation with AB and this man. He was not forced. AB was literally pleading. Whatever was tactic, that was a very effective strategy, and got this man in. He left at his free will with all his arrogance and everything. He walked to something with men that AB himself didn't even have behind him. Walked to that place and
50.
then walked down by himself. And then people, oh yeah, I think he wants something. How is assumption or your own belief makes it a reality? And I never heard. And they want to sway popular opinion. So the young man goes around making rounds on different radio stations, and nobody say, "Did you go to Royal? Did you ask the management? Did you go on a scene?" They just make this, and everybody they take this one man that flaunt money, and they take him to be the gospel and the role model because he got a bunch of young children behind him that God know what they are doing behind him. And cheering, and we know that this is a lady of cheering squad. You can go right on the street here, you see 20 men you want them to get behind. So I'm kind of confused. What do we really want? Do we want law enforcement? Do we want people because we want one thing, and then when people do it, we say, "Oh no, so." I mean, things can happen. I would have probably done it differently, but that doesn't make it wrong. That doesn't make it bad. That doesn't make it anything other than what it was. This young man had a right to come in. He came in. And his behavior yesterday, it speaks for itself. Every time he contradicts himself. So my question here is, there were a lot of allegations made. My man, now you've been there talking about where you want to put your Tony. So my question is,
ABC, you're not going back to LDEA, my man. Did that one.
I was there to LDA, so we can.
We restore the man right.
Yeah, thank you, AB. You might get left confusion. So my question is, you know what? I will leave it because it's a question that I do not even want you to put the answer public. So I will leave it with my comment. I will send it to.
I got one last question.
So let's bring him Mama. Let me bring him Mama. He have not spoken, then you will take us home. That's what Rich is saying.
Yeah, AB, but my comment is you are heading an agency that is currently when you go across Liberia, the agency that has the most public support is the DEA. No agency in Liberia, locally and internationally, gets support, moral support as the DEA. That's an asset that you have.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
What I want to say to you in the last 2 months, there have been a lot of noise from the DEA. I know noise will not end given the type of work you do, but I want you to pay keen attention to that. A lot of noise from the DEA. That could diminish the public support that you have, and it will not occur well for the agency in the fight against drugs. I'm not saying it's wrong for what you're doing. I'm just sensitive to the noise, the continuous noise around associated with the DEA, and want you to pay attention to that as part of your intelligence gathering. and see how you can try to lower down the bar.
Thank you, Mohammed. I appreciate that.
So, Ebi, it's always good having you. You always welcome to this phone network. Are you getting the full support from our American partners? Is your entity getting the full support?
Full support. We just submitted our last report to them a couple of days ago. But whatever support that is needed, we will follow that, and we'll wait for a response from them.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, take us home.
Yeah. Karma, it's always good having you here on Spoon. I encourage you to continue to come back to provide this kind of information to Liberian people, because there's a vacuum as it relates to drugs and in the country. So please continue to come. You made some reference to money laundering,
yes,
drug dealing, in the
trafficking.
In the context of this young man, are you comfortable sharing more about that information, or you want us to wait?
Not on national radio.
Can I call you after that, because I'm interested in the gossip? I'm just kidding. Thank you.
We'll get there.
I don't know if you want those information, we can just send Fatima. She will get it for us.
Very good.
You have a mail.
No, man. I can't for the man to leave. He says something, so I got to bring in Fatima.
Thank you, Amy, for coming here. I didn't say that.
All right, I'll see you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Connor. Yeah. Well, right. So I think it was necessary that Connor AB, jump in here to clear this thing up. But hey, I like what Mama said. Everybody is rooting for AB and Fadiga and the whole entity. We hope they succeed. We are brothers together trying to do the right thing. It's not easy, folks. And I know these things going to happen, but AB is getting on. Seriously, I know AB will not call anybody to Royal Hotel again because he's been watched. Now, to be frank, I know AB will not call anybody. Even the server are watching AB now. Even the janitors, they are watching AB. So I believe he would do the right thing. I mean, maybe he felt that it was the best thing to
Nobody
do.
want to do shitty thing and go in the public, though. Look at it.
Yeah, nobody want to do shitty thing. You're right.
We just go in the public. Royal, everybody you want to see in this town is at Royal. If you haven't seen someone for 10 years, just go to Royal. You'll see somebody you haven't seen for, I mean.
All depends who you have not seen. If you have not seen Opa from North Panton, please don't go to Royal. He's not at Royal. He's in North Panton. If you have not seen Fadiga, then go to Royal or go to.
I've seen a lot of good people there. I saw everybody.
No, I'm not saying a poor person when I go sit to Royal to go buy a plate of rice for $55, $65.
But they're selling donut there. They're selling donut.
That donut at $5, $6. Oh my God!
The donut at $3. $3.
$3 US dollar?
Wait. $3 Liberty?
No,
I can get my $3 donut from Newtown and my perfect.
I can get 12. I can get 12.
I'm gonna get my US for $3. I'm gonna stop, man.
If I'm in a hurry, if I just want to go get
I want to say congrats to Uncle Sam. Congrats to Uncle Sam again. We're getting a feedback down.
For Uncle Sam.
It's not from here.
No, not from here.
Okay, guys, can we mute, please? Mama, something strange happening. We had Conor Gregor Coleman. He came on the show, right? Paul Kennedy get a consultant, say contract. He went directly to Sam Jackson. He asked for Asido number. Today, Dr. Yakwa Wuro talking about Uncle Sam. As advice, asking for his number. What's going on? This guy not going to get all the fat consultancy contract and everything because these guys are well educated. Let me finish. Now, Uncle Sam, let me finish.
What you want that number for Abba?
My man, that man feeling in trouble. Look, I'm trying to show the issue about Bali Island for you to see.
You cannot share it though.
You see how the island look? It's
Yeah,
not
but
an
don't
island.
Yeah, but don't
It's a
share it.
mangrove. It's a mangrove forest. That stuff. What they say, the one poor hotel and stuff on it. They're just joking.
The man said he will come back.
Okay.
I mean, but
We'll wait for
notwithstanding,
him.
Dr. Yagbawolo have agreed to join our chat room. So we'll be adding in our chat room. We want to say thanks to him for accepting the fact. We got ministers and directors in the chat room. I want to say that I'm so proud and grateful that we that on this show, on this network, we have matured ourselves greatly to have folks, ministers and directors, that when we have questions, where's Asifa? That when we have questions, we able to reach out in our chat room. And again, our chat room holds the integrity of our network, the panelists here. So we respect you and we say thank you very much for adding your voice. Now, if we have issue, we discuss it before coming on the show, and it's very, very transparent. It's the panelist chat room, not the general response chat room. Okay, so I'm so happy to say this. Everybody wake up in the morning, over 60, 100 messages running through, and it's a good thing for us all. Let's bring in Mr. Kiba. I think that's the name. The gentleman.
Isaac Do.
Yeah, but Isaac Do is there. Sam Jackson is there. So, I mean, they all share their questions, and it will be answered. Mr. Kiba is the one asking for his 66,000 United States dollars. So let's hear him up, Dama. Is he ready?
Yeah, yes. Hello.
Isaac? Hello. Welcome to Spoon Talk, sir. How you doing?
Yeah. If you're listening, kindly just follow the conversation in real time. He's on the phone, Chief. Go ahead.
Good evening. How you doing, sir? Okay, can you relay?
Yeah, he can hear you.
Good evening, sir. How you doing? This is Stanton.
Yes, good evening to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. I know it's evening, wherever you are. Thank you for taking our call. We got a question that we had a big show, believe that you follow, with Dr. Yuri Yakbablu, the EPA Acting Executive Director. A question based on the fact that the 66,000 United States dollars you are requesting for. Can you bring us up to speed, sir?
All right, thanks. I'm actually been listening because I'm out. I'm not in the country, so I've been doing follow-up since Honorable Yagbawolo took over. Prior to even the court action, I have informed him that there were payments being made to our institution under the COVID-19 food household food support program that was headed by Honorable Wilson Tapet. And he said, okay, can you supply me all of the documentation relating to that payment? And I did. I gave him the letter, the first letter written by Honorable Princess Rare, the then Director General, admitting to the amount that they said they will pay us. The next thing there is when Honorable Lawrence George took over, it took him some time to understand that matter, and then he too was able to do a letter to Prof. Tapet, since he was the chair on the committee, informing him that, look, we still have outstanding payment for this contractor who they provide a transportation service to the enumerators doing the data collection. And then Prof. Tapet added a letter to that communication to the Minister of Finance, Honorable Samuel D. Toy, informing him that there were outstanding balances to our company. So that letter was forwarded down to the Budget Minister office, Honorable Daniel Bronson, and she immediately began to source, because they have money in for debt and what have you, to source the funding. So what the Ministry of Finance did was to transfer that money on an EPA account, and then the checks were being issued in EPA's name. And when it gets to EPA, to the central bank, when it is cleared, they then forward that. They either issue us a check of the amount that was paid by the Ministry of Finance, or they do a direct transfer to our account. That's how it was being done. So in this instant case, the amount of 66,911 was the US dollar portion of an amount of $136,850 United States dollars that was being allocated in the 2023 national budget. So all of that amount, the Fiscal Affairs Minister approved of the library dollar portion was 11 million, a little over 11 million, almost 12 million library dollar. So the US dollars, we did not get the US dollar because there were no US dollars in the country. So it left under the 20 election period. That check didn't get clear because of the transition. When the president issued a mandate that the then president issued a mandate that any amount exceeding should go, it should central bank should not clear it. It should be cleared through his office. So the then Minister of State, Honorable, the last Minister of State,
Honorable Witset.
Yes, he did write the central bank, putting our check, that check amount on that list that central bank should clear. But central bank, when we started doing follow-up, my staff in Liberia started doing follow-up, they said they could not pay because the Ministry of Finance had to send a clearing memo again. So when that was on, the mandate came that, we cannot pay any more check because there's a transition. So the transition issue held that check. And our check is not the only company or other payments that this government have been paying. So I informed one of the current Comptroller General, Honorable Nete. We spoke. He said, but then what your people need to do, EPA needs to write a attached copy of that check, and photocopy of the check to the letter and send it to my office so we can reissue the check and it goes to the central bank and then you get your money. I got in touch with Honorable Yagabolo. He received all the documentation to that effect, the letter written by his predecessor, Honorable Wilson Tappet. He dragged on until the Honorable Tappet took the matter to court. So he said he could not have addressed the matter because the court had placed, he doesn't have the right to function. So then we got in touch with the Deputy Executive Director. Then they said the Minister of Finance should write him and telling him that he should write them. So I said, the check was issued to your institution for us to be paid. We received the library dollars. All you need to do is just kindly attach a short note that because of the transition, the money could not get clear. So the Comptroller General has said that is the procedure. Honorable Yagabolo said, just on Saturday, I spoke with him. I even congratulated him on Wednesday when that case was concluded. And he said, okay, so I called him Saturday to do a follow-up as to Monday how he's going to approach our issue. He said, my young man, that money, you cannot be away and I'll be talking to a ghost to pay any, to authorize any payment. I said, well, sir, I have staff in the country who has been running after my payments and payments have been going through. It is not just now. And all of the documents to that effect, you have it in your possession. They are all clear. Then the Deputy Director said, look, he didn't tell us, because of the case in court, I cannot write a letter because according to the CAG, Honorable Nete,
allow us again. We're so happy that you're on, but please allow us to throw in some question, just to get to the bottom of this. Please do. Now, what's your full name?
My full name is Augustine B.D. Kimber.
Okay, which company that carry on the services that you are asking for pay? Which company? What's the company name?
United Group Car Rental Services. The acronym is Ongo Cars.
Directly, your services was done through which entity directly?
You coming again, sir?
Which entity, which ministry your services went through? The EPA or which ministry?
Oh, okay, it was Legis.
It was Legis. I'm going to wait now, and I'm going to give the other people the chance to ask the question. Okay, sir, go ahead now.
Okay, sir. My name is Sam Jackson. Okay, so basically, you were saying that you did not provide services to the EPA, but you are requesting the EPA to pay. Is that what you're saying?
We did not provide direct services for EPA, no.
Okay, so if you did not provide direct services for EPA, Why is EPA handling the payment for this transaction under their budget code and under their budget expense?
No, it is not. It is not budgeted on an EPA. We are not being paid. That's not what happened. When the WFP accordingly, there were some funds we made up to the Ministry of Finance. It is from that funding that the Ministry of Finance is paying, because they did their own due diligence and the reports were made through Honorable Dillon's office. Okay, they authenticated the contract and the services being rendered. So because Prof. Tape was the head of the stimulus package, and it was there in if you look at the letter that Stanton do have, he didn't sign as the executive director of EPA. He signed as the chair on the steering committee.
Okay, so you're saying that, sir. Yeah, sir, let me just hold you right there. So you're saying that
the money was placed.
Sir, please.
That was the route being used.
Sir.
Dama, I don't think he's hearing us well. Can you help, please?
He's hearing us, but I will come in. He's a bit delayed because he's watching.
Okay, so let me ask you. You said there were two things: the WFP project and the enumerator from Legis. So these are two separate things, right? The transfer services were provided to WFP during the COVID-19 thing, and then the enumerator, the transportation of the enumerators during the census. So those are two distinct things from two different agencies of the government, unrelated to EPA. Am I correct?
No, we did not directly, and WFP did not directly hire us. You remember during the stimulus package, WFP hired Legis to do the enumeration, the data collection, right? To provide that data to them to do the food distribution. So that's how we were hired. We were subcontracted by Legis. Our transportation company was hired by Legis to provide the transportation service for Legis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So then who should be paying you? But anyway, let me bring in Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson.
Well, Stanton, you stole my question. Why Legis is not paying him? Why EPA? I'm confused.
Oh, because it was not because EPA, the stimulus package, because it's not EPA. It is the steering committee chair who EPA and Legis wrote that they still have an outstanding payment to pay on that project, and because they have some money to pay, and that's how they are paying us.
So I beg you guys. So because the chairman went from Commerce to EPA, it means that he took the bill with him. Is that how it is? I mean, you guys understanding this though? Glennie, ask you one question, Glennie. I don't know.
But I just wanted to ask him. I understand that he wants to get paid for the services rendered, but I want to ask you: do you understand why the current EPA boss is stalling in paying you because he cannot? Do you understand why he's not agreeing to make payments to you?
Well, he is not paying. He came and met a transaction that has been taking place, that already taken place, and the US dollar portion is what left. The only reason why he is involved is because the check is issued in EPA's name, and we get paid through EPA because of the letter that Prof. Tape wrote, and was EPA's letterhead being utilized. So the Ministry of Finance, for the issue of accountability and for auditing purpose, they could not have paid us any other means besides the EPA, because of EPA, because Ministry of Finance do payment based on request. And when the request come, the institution that the request come from, they direct that payment through there so that they can easily trace their records. That was what the budget minister did. They could not pay us directly as contractor from Ministry of Finance. That's what happened. But so it had nothing to do with EPA budget. It was never budgeted in on EPA. The money is available. It was a form provided, but because of the transition, the check was very clear. That's what I said. And Ministry of Finance cannot pay because they need a request That letter he needs to write is very short that, oh, this check didn't get cleared, that belongs to a vendor.
So let's understand something, right? The check said pay to the order, Environmental Protection Agency. So the check is not paid to you, but purpose USD 100% rental and lease for final outstanding. Those of you that work in the bank, man, and go through these different transactions, man, we got to understand this thing. Because Wilson Tapper left from commerce and head of the distribution and went to EPA, so he took the invoice with him, he took the expenses, he took the payment, he took something with him that he now responsible through EPA to pay Mr. Kimber. Is that what I'm understanding here? Somebody get this man money, they must pay his money. But why EPA? Why not Legis? Why not WFP? Why not?
No, the
Yes,
question is not for you. The question is for Mommy. So just hold on a minute, please.
Mommy, help me understand, though.
Stanton, if you listen to him clearly, he told you the money was not budgeted under EPA, but the budget minister moved the money to EPA. We say here on this radio, on this platform, Tanner Branson, Deputy Minister for Budget, is on record of being the center of corruption in government. This man is revealing it. This man is revealing it. He is admitting.
Hey, mommy, we can hear the baby crying. It's all right.
He is admitting that there is no budget line for the EPA, but the budget minister moved the money to EPA. That has been the practice. That has been her role. They take money intended for schools and hospitals. They take money intended for drugs and chairs.
What is he talking? Diamond.
Hold on
they
1 minute.
Take money for drugs and chairs in the school and pass it to agencies where they have control, and they take those money out to institutions like these and share it among themselves. This is the reason why the asset recovery team should pick up and President Bwaka should wake up. The corruption across government was just reckless, and this man is on public radio with more than 5,000 people telling them that he did no work for EPA. But EPA is receiving money for him because Wilson Tapper, who was the head of the Secretariat, has moved to EPA. This is corruption in broad day. Stanton, this is corruption in broad day.
So how can I agree. Before all the data that come in now, how can this man get his money?
Go to the budget director. Go to finance ministry.
Let him present the contract. Let him present the service contract on which they pay him. If the ladies hire him, there must be a contract on which he was hired, and that contract will be paid. There is a debt service payment regulation in our public financial management law. It states how debts are paid. Not to move money that in budget and send it all up. The money they sent to EPA to get it, man, that money that they were there to build schools, to put drugs in the hospital that they were inviting to public use. Let you tell us finally, Stanton, how much was the total money? Because this is the balance. Let you see how much the total.
So go ahead, Dama, ask him.
Yeah, so let me get him back on the phone. Hello. Yeah, so the question is, what's the total amount of the contract? Since this is the balance, what's the total value of the contract that you carried out for Legis? Hello?
Yes, I'm listening to you.
Yeah, the question is, what's the total value of the contract?
It was a service. It was a service contract. As you work, that's how the amount accumulates.
Yeah, we understand. So what's the total accumulated amount?
Okay, the total accumulated amount was more than 400,000. There was more than 400 and it is some 1,000.
Wow.
What happened? EPA, how they call it, they just did do some payments, and then the balance was being reported. All right, the balance was being reported. And,
Can you share your contract?
It was Francis Ware who signed the contract.
Can you share the copy of your contract, sir?
If it's possible, can we get a copy of the contract and
I can send it to you.
all right, and also the accumulated total, you know, the months
Dama, work on him.
and all of
Work
that.
on him. Get a copy of the contract, and we can bring him back tomorrow to go deeper into it.
Yes, mommy, because he made some statements.
Can you join us tomorrow, Mr. Kebi? And for us to, can you come in studio, join us, like finalize this thing? Because my position here is that you need your money.
The same way you coming in,
whether you went through LAGES or you went through EPA or through finance ministry, the government trouble is the government trouble. You did something, you got contract, you want your money.
1 minute, sir.
And I believe, I don't know whether you guys disagree with me though. The man is on people that he got contract, he want his money. But somebody out there owe him. Somebody moved his money from LAGES to finance to EPA. He doesn't care. He wants his money. Am I
Senator,
wrong?
let him send the document. This is $500,000 we're talking about for car rental. This guy is fronting for someone, clearly.
Well, I mean, our position on the show that to make that kind of conclusion. Let's see.
I agree with Stanton. Let's see documentation.
Yeah.
Let the man send the contract. Let's see the scope of the contract. Let's see the value for money for the Liberian people, and then we can pass judgment.
That a good play?
Yeah, look, I want to know first how long was this service? So we really do need to see the contract, like how many vehicles for how long a period. But it's just frustrating to me because it's just tiring. We just keep getting story after story after story, and we're trying to adjudicate all this stuff, folks. We got a system problem. It is so easy to steal the people's money. You put all the money in one place, a few powerful people can just write letter, move the money here, move the money there. Decentralize the system, put the money in the county. Let the people manage the money, them overall have small money, and then they can do what they want to do without the money. It is so heartbreaking to move this kind of $400,000 you're trying to pay, and there's no pharmaceutical in the clinic in Buchanan. There's no chalk in Bapu. And we keep talking. Look, folks, people will not just change. We'll not get up one morning and then everything's different. Because if you put good people in a bad system, they will perform badly. We got to fight to change the system. The mole is the mole. It keeps giving out the same thing. It's tiring. We're just taking the people's money. We spend it all kind of way. It's wrong. This stuff is wrong. This is too much money, and the system is so messed up. And he coming to the wrong place for his money, and that's why the director saying, "I got no money for you." And he's right. Go back to the right place where you ought to get paid. You shouldn't even get paid this amount of money. Let him show the contract, man. We need to see it.
Thank you. Thanks for that, man. I'm done. I survived. Great. Mame, we hope you can give us the contract and join us tomorrow, because two things happen here from my end. If indeed he worked, he should get paid. You got a contract, Dama? You got a contract?
Let me check and see. Yeah.
That man say that contract. I have growing my farm.
The CDC said I was saying Jazzy people.
All I said, Jazzy said it. Document my head didn't grow in your farm, Mame.
That man said, "My man, you forget about me and saying Jazzy. You forget about all the paper that my paper. We talk. You forget about that thing. You don't baby open my boy. You leave it. The paper that my paper."
So he on your consulting team now.
But Uncle Sam, go ready and Joe. You got like 3 different offers now for consultancy.
I have no interest.
Imagine one piece of paper, $1,000.
I will not come near your government. I'm not coming near your government. You'll keep it. The only thing I will do, I will get from
Osato is talking. I just Osato. Why you just saying your people? How are you talking about?
Okay, so first of all, if you look at me like somebody who will say I will not do it and do it, I will not take a consulting.
You were right
contract.
contract. You were right contract.
Let me
Pape,
finish.
don't talk. Pape, no, Pape, don't talk. Don't talk.
I will
Don't
talk.
Pape.
I will
No,
talk.
no, don't talk.
Let me tell you
Pape,
something.
don't talk. Hey, Pape, don't talk.
No, I will talk.
Oh, yeah, 1970 page on him.
I will talk. I have no interest in negotiating with the current government Liberia for a contract, but if the international system, the World Bank,
you catch with the single woman.
No, it's not.
Don't mind.
Yes,
Wait, now, wait.
Uncle
Said, you know, Uncle said, though. Uncle said, patient. Uncle said, want a contract like money captain. That the contract you want, World Bank international contract.
I'm just saying, I will respond to a request for proposal from international agencies for things globally. And if it's connected to Liberia, I will work for the international organization.
But if it's connected to Liberia, let's see government.
If I'm hired by USAID or UNDP or World Bank, and they pay me, then it's not. Then my employer is not government.
Now you cost the thing. That 26,000 that you say the CFO making an elite.
You don't have to worry. I'm not competing with none of y'all. Or your small children are not competing with y'all. So don't have to worry about me.
But I think it's a good thing, and we are in a good place when you have folks within the government coming to educate, to share, and to discuss the ministry, the entity. It's beautiful. And a lot of Liberians listen to us. We want to say, yes, indeed, we are blessed. We'll wait for the document from Mr. Kibbe. Once given, we will go ahead and bring him on the show tomorrow that we can really talk. I feel for him. I hope he did services. And those services, if he have a contract, he need to get paid. I don't know why his money was moving from finance.
The man from the airport that is seeing company.
No, I don't know. Stop your get out. The issue from here, finance, legis, EPA, commerce, executive mansion. Why you running around with the man money?
The money will follow.
But lesson learned though. I mean, when you write contract, you should know who's going to be paying you. You should know how you're going to get your money. So I think Liberians need to know this is a good show for them to be educated on. Making sure that
we'll bring him on. And I want to say today, there's a little thing that happened between Nimba and Granji there. The game went into a penalty kick. It's just not okay. A lot of people are frowning on it. They are so mad. But indeed, like the statement of Musa Hassan Belete, he said, though Nimba won, but we should be fair. And I hope Andy Kwame and the rest of the leadership can step in and address the county meat issue. We also want to announce the president this week will be leaving the Republic of Liberia, coming on an official visit, official something. He got some program going up in Texas from the 6th to the 9th. It's out there, and he will be traveling. Thereafter, he should be going back immediately. Now, I see a lot of folks say, well, the president will stay more time than Joe. No. The president will come and attend the program. Maybe 1 week will be maximum or so, and he will leave. He will go back. If anything should happen, it will be announced. But as per the schedule, the president will be coming to attend the program in Texas. We also want to announce that everything was said the other day, that indeed the CDC, the ANC, the Liberty Party of Stability, they are all coming together to discuss issues concerning protests. Protest is part of the process. I want to say to everybody, be not afraid. People can express themselves accordingly. And I think this government welcomed them. But we hope it remain peaceful, fair, and you give the other folks chance to participate. Participate by moving freely in the country. We want to say again, a great show. I don't know what else on your mind. The Spoon Network through Madam Titi Kanen is working alongside with the tourism group. Dr. Richardson, you want to explain further? And they will be appearing on Spoon. We think the announcement is we'll be raising some money. Liberians home and abroad, please be informed that we need your help. I know you are concerned about the Patawi waterfall problem situation. The Batawi waterfall situation, will be speaking to the district representative here on the show on Thursday. He will be our guest. I think Conon Gregory Coleman tried to resolve this situation. And again, it is why it is, folks. We need everyone. So we ask you, we will find the time to raise money for the tourist sector of our country, that Kula or Nikia Ricks, Robina, and all the good people, they have partnered with Spoon, and we have to make this bigger. I also want to say Saturday is my birthday, and I want to get all my announcement. And Saturday, people will be at Mancan. Please, Dr. Brooklyn, I think you have to be there because you are not too far from that area if you can. So Mancan is inviting everyone. Don't look at me, Glennie. You have to be there. If you want to continue on Spoon, you have to be there. All right. So, so
That's
1
called
p.m.
public arm twisting.
1 p.m. And understand they say eat all you can eat for $25. Roasted fish, pepper kara. The pepper sauce will be there. She made a very unique pepper sauce. Donut, dumba, crappy soup, and fufu. Drinks. But I don't know whether the eat all you can eat include drink all you can drink. Then it would be something though, because she charged only $25 at the park. DJ Tom Sherman will be giving one of the best, playing a lot of Liberian music that you can dance. The dumba, the soup, the goat meat, the peanut butter soup, the GB, the dry rice, and everything. Complimentary drinks on the house. Oh, they said drink will be on the house. So there you go, Ava. I know you're happy. Free drink. Is that what it means, right?
I don't drink.
Ava doesn't drink.
Oh, okay. But somebody here is happy. I don't know who's that. I think that's Sam Jackson. But it said drink is
I will
on the
take
house.
Uber there. I will leave my rental car to the hotel. I will take Uber there. I will get drunk.
But I want to say to everyone, please, we really want to promote our sister Maka. Seriously.
Let me tell you,
The
I will
hard
get
table will be jam packed. Now, the hard table, because it's in the park, if you sit on the first one, you leave. Your time is up. Somebody else want to take your spot. You have different tables. No. Yeah, nobody owns seat. You will have different tables, but guess what happened? There will be one special hard table. And the hard table, that special hard table, will be for the grown. Uncle Sam there. When they sit down, no going to the bathroom. So now you go to the bathroom and mean that you're junior player. It means that somebody want to take your spot. So we want to say, well, let's promote Mankind because she's a very, very, she's a nice person. And want to say she's one of Liberia's own. So again, God bless us all. Dr. Richardson, you want to add anything I missed?
The flyer for the surfers are going to Cape Mount.
Where's the flyer?
Diamond,
do you have the flyer? I don't have it though.
I'll put it up. I'll bring it.
Yeah, please pull it up if you can. Send it to Diamond.
Stanton, two things, I beg you.
I'm just send shout out.
The budget passed today. I mean, no, not passed today. I think the House approved it today. I think they sent it to the Senate, the budget, right?
Yeah.
It went to 738 million.
Yeah.
The second thing is in 2 days, it will be the 100 days of JMB. So I think it will be a big day on Spoon on Wednesday.
Yes. Wednesday.
Yes.
Yes, Wednesday. Thank you for reminding us because
my wife will say Wednesday. She can say Wednesday. She can say Wednesday now. She loves to say Wednesday.
The budget passed today. It went up indeed. Thank you, Uncle Sam. And we'll be discussing the President 100-day accomplishment from everywhere in the country. And we'll be speaking to some ministers. They will come and defend the ministry, and we'll jam them for failure or success. This is what we do. So it will be a special one on Spoon on Wednesday. Go ahead, send your shout. Dr. Richardson, anything else? Let's do a quick wrap.
I just wanted to. Is Diamond? Does he have to surf?
No, we'll do it tomorrow. We don't have it.
I also want to. Do you want to add that there's going to be a special 3 to 4 show about the land acquisition in Liberia? Ava's going to speak about that, but that's coming this week. I want to say more about that. Tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. Yes, from 3 to 4. There will
Okay.
be Abba and his colleagues going to be speaking to us. Abba, you want to talk more about that?
Sure. So from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. GMT and 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the Kiso Solutions, which is the parent
I'm not paying for your time. You're gonna split it.
and you still want to interrupt me after that split my mind. You still want to interrupt me. So Pepper Bird Area Services, a subdivision of Lekiso Solutions, our larger firm, will be here to present our solution about the whole land management system, the different services we offer, some of the work we have done. We share the video for people to see and just give some examples of the different use cases where our services can be very important for individuals, for corporations, for different government agencies in different sectors. So it will be very interesting. And I believe that anybody who watches will see some kind of application of drone technology that applies to them, especially, I mean, you should be watching because the agriculture sector is a major area where drone can be very impactful. You know, whether from helping in terms of land determination, land division, soil analysis, plant growth analysis,
You're making a
just how.
presentation tonight?
Huh?
You're making a presentation tonight?
No, you see it yet. I'm just giving you highlights to whet your appetite.
So we'll come back to you, Abba. Thank you very much.
Right.
But again, don't forget tomorrow, 3 p.m. To 4 p.m. Eastern Time, USA. That will be 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. 1 hour before Spoon Talk. It will be Abba. Now, let me add also, I was approached by Katema. He's planning something big to have 3 days on the network. He and some of the news media outlet in the afternoon session. It will be announced. And again, I'm saying this, Ketama is about to break through with his kind of show during the afternoon. Again, 3 days. I think I want to turn in as well. If you have a presentation,
3 days a week. 3 days a week or 3 straight days.
He said 3 days a week. That will be during the afternoon period. But again, he's working along with Diamond. I don't know how they're going to arrange that. I just want to say it's important, John Spoon folks, we ain't going anywhere. We here. God is there. God is in control. A lot of people called me today about some kind of letter that was written by George Manawia. And I told Uncle Sam, I said, please tell your former president not to write letter in my
No,
name.
you tell me nothing. You tell me nothing. You tell me nothing.
Yeah, man. I woke up this morning, people calling me Stanton. People say you wrote letter. No, folks. We here. God is in control. We just want to say this to everyone. Let's make Liberia proud. Let's do that which is right. And let's hold our leaders accountable. I like what Dr. Rudolph always say. We got to hold them. We got to hold them so hard. And we got to chase them because we need to deliver Liberia. Folks, send your shout out, Glennie.
So I just wanted to send a happy birthday shout out to my cousin, Sata Grace. Today is her birthday. I want to say happy birthday, Sata. She always listens.
You just say our cousin. You said our cousin. You
didn't think about it. You know your relationship with Sata. You were here talking about land issue. So please, that money business you own, you not forget family. Let me talk family talk. Sata, happy birthday to you. Also want to say happy birthday to Reverend Dr. Samuel Bromfrey Rees, the president of the Liberia Baptist Association and the president of the Liberia Council of Churches. Today is also his birthday. Happy birthday to my kinfolk. Avain know you. Avain say your shout out. Let me send it to you. Finish.
So let's also add on this. It's very important today. Our former panelists, Lame Bako, the counselor, and Kanga family, they went for confirmation hearing. Not good governance. How you call that?
Ombudsman.
Ombudsman. Yes,
Ombudsman. So we wish them well. I think it was tough. I follow them. I want to say this. Let's say once all is well, we'll try to invite them on the show to see exactly the changes they intend to bring. And also, don't forget, let's send a special one to our UMPA Professor Alaric Tukba. You know, he's moving to good governance. You see, Alaric Tukba moving to good governance. He was appointed, but due to the tenure thing, I think with the suspension of Garrison, that's his name, Garrison, yeah?
Yellow.
Yellow. Alaric Toba will be moving in that position pretty soon. Folks, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Did they get the flyer out for the surfing?
No, we
Kimber?
said tomorrow.
Okay.
You understand? We said.
But you can see the flyer in the room.
We feeling now.
I'm in tomorrow, but go ahead, Glenny.
Happy birthday to Bishop Joseph Johnson. Of all the pastors in today, their birthday. Happy birthday to Bishop.
Thank you. You got any color gray or your opinion birthday pass, right? So you good?
Lord Jesus.
Folks, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being our friend. So that
one of women gave you shout out today.
Because of Uncle Sam, you came on the show. Because of Glendy, you came on the show. Because of Dr. Pople, because of Diamond, because of Isaac, because of Mame, Fadika, Colonel Gray, Dr. Richardson, and all those that couldn't be here with us today for our team and travel. And Isaac do engage in other activities. Aunt Jemima is traveling to the States, so she will only be joining us from America now. We wish her well. You know, she got under the weather. Again, we want to say to everyone else, Prince Maxwell and everyone else, we love you guys. Thank you for being our friend. Have a good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
So that only women are close today.
Good night.
And down.